I may have been overconfident initially when I said that my cough was gone. Unfortunately, it's been rather temperamental, so we'll see how long we can go. What do you all think? Do we keep the lights on? I'm still not done tweaking with them, you know. I feel like it still needs a lot of work, and I need to do some color compensation on the camera, and there's a fill light that I need, but yeah, we can keep the lights, you know, for a little. For a little? We can do it for a little. Um, I was fucking with the lights right before stream started, and I was doing it for a while, and now my eyes hurt because I was staring at them. Um, I was just staring directly at the lights for a while. So now I can't see. Not that I've ever been able to particularly well. How y'all doing? We got plenty to do. Hopefully, we're able to get through at least a good bit of it. Before I die. Blue shirt. Oh yeah, look. It's corgis in space. Isn't it cute? I think it's really cute. Show the back? Is there something on the back? No, the lights again. Ah, trying to blind me. Stand up? I stood up once, okay? Yeah, I think the shirt just has space on the back. I don't know. Why are you wearing the same sweatpants as last stream? First of all, the last stream was 5 days ago. Second of all, they're sweatpants. Third of all, fuck you. No, there actually is something on the back. What's on the back? Oh, hello. Oh, it's a little... Is that a cat? Hey, look at him. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Separated from each other by the breadth of my torso. Oh, anyway. In about, I think, 30 minutes, we're talking to a Tim Pool fan about race again, so that'll be fun. But before then, we've got a lot to talk about. Hold on. Whew. Are we going to talk about the Galactic Federation? No, I have nothing to say about that. I'm sorry, is this boring of me? Like, you guys know there's nothing to this, right? There's no big galactic cover-up conspiracy. If there was a galactic cover-up conspiracy, Trump would have leaked it day one. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you think there's any force on Earth capable of keeping Trump from leaking information about, like, shit like that? You know what I mean? He would have used it as a weapon against the mainstream media. He would have been, in the fake news, they don't know any, they don't even know about the spaceships that dock at Area 51. They don't even know about, there's no way he can keep a secret. Come on. How much did the CIA pay you to say this? We'll talk about intelligence agencies. We will. From everything that I've learned about conspiracies, the thing that I'm very, very, very confident about is the only groups that can actually keep secrets are intelligence agencies. As soon as a secret has to extend beyond that, it's fucked. There's no way it doesn't get out. Intelligence agencies are the only institutions that can keep secrets, and even they can't do it forever. But beyond that, once you start involving scientists, pilots, politicians, all these people, there can't be any, you know? You can get some stuff in the military, like obviously we're not going to leak every state secret about the development of new planes or whatever. And of course the secrets concerning the Manhattan Project were kept, you know, fairly under wraps for a while. But that's more like, we all knew the Manhattan Project was happening. We just didn't know the details. You know what I mean? But it wasn't like a full secret. We knew there was a thing happening. Like, kind of. Like, it was known there was some thing that money and time and effort was being put into. True, the Manhattan Project didn't have WikiLeaks and 4chan. Keeping secrets is tough these days. It's tough. It's tough these days. I don't know about that. Whatever. Look. Okay, fine. You can keep a secret with intelligence agencies and with shady, mustachioed drug runners in the global south. Okay, that too. Okay, just so we can get that international flavor. You know, I'm sure the CIA has plenty of mustachioed villains they work with all across the world. Who killed JFK? JFK actually killed himself. That's why I don't like it when people make jokes or conspiracy theories about his death so often. When you look at the tapes, he was depressed. Not enough poontang. Took it to himself, you know. Everyone tries to. Nothing to me is more disgusting than people trying to politicize JFK's suicide. You're wrong. Nobody killed him. His head just did this. Yeah, he just had exploding head disease, you know, which is a real thing, by the way. If you're gonna make fun of that. Oh, speaking of making fun of people, we have to talk about Twitter drama. Give me a second. I'm gonna close the window. Somebody's banging rocks together outside. There we go. Oh, man. Have you heard the TikTok Santa discourse? No, I have not heard about the TikTok Santa discourse. Oh, God. Okay. All right, where do we even begin? Hold on. Do I even want to pull up the 27 clips necessary to explain all the... You know what? No, we're just going to talk about it. There was some crazy Twitter drama yesterday, okay? It was wild. And I feel like I barely participated in it, but in spite of that, somehow I got dragged in. I have no idea. So basically the gist was, okay, here's the context, all right? Let me help you out. This got big enough. I think Destiny actually went trending, and I was trending next to it. Like, it was like, you know how on Twitter it'll say X is trending, and then it'll say on top of that, trending with blank? I actually saw, it was like Destiny trending with Vaush. And you know, I wish I could go trending under better circumstances, but we all knew that if I ever went trending, it would be for some dumb bullshit like this. Okay, yeah. Trending in California, right. So basically, the gist of what happened is, so you guys know how I believe it's very important we win the Senate seats in Georgia, right? Seen that? Good. And Destiny is bringing together the Cringe crew, it's his fans, and some of my fans, I guess, to canvass in Georgia, get people signed up, voter registration, that sort of thing. Now, canvassing is really, really difficult, especially if you're inexperienced. They're working with a guy called Doug from CA. I think that's his name. And he isn't inexperienced, but the actual apparatus of canvassing can be really tough to manage, you know? You need a lot of data to go off. Excuse me, sorry, I just drank a bunch of coffee and it's delicious. But with regards to how they were going to handle this canvassing, usually you want to partner up with other organizations because they have data you might not have access to. So I think they reached out to a bunch of orgs. One of the orgs they reached out to, or maybe this org reached out to them. Destiny says the org reached out to them, was the DSA in Georgia, or the Atlanta DSA. I'm sorry, and apparently, they were going to work together, and then they weren't. And Destiny got mad about that, and then the DSA Twitter account called Destiny a Nazi, and that did the whole shebang. So, I don't actually care about the details of any of this, because there's a bunch of different accounts about what took place, and I'll try to summarize this best I can, because the funny parts are later down the line. Okay. So, the DSA has, like, at least from what I've seen of them, or what I've the experiences that I have had interacting with their members, I generally have a positive experience with the DSA. I feel like the average age of the DSA is like 19. Like, that's my personal experience with the people that I've talked to. I feel like it's a lot of really young people, and there's like a couple of 72-year-old like union vets, you know, but a lot of it is like really young, like college freshmen getting in with and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Kids can change the world. Great. Cool. But anyway, as I understand it, yeah, I talked with a couple of DSA people about this. I've already been given the context from the inside, but whatever the case may be, the Destiny alleged that people from the DSA reached out to him about the possibility of working together, and then later, some other people at that DSA chapter were like, who is this Destiny guy they're talking about working with anyway? And they found his Kyle Rittenhouse takes. So then they were like, whoa, we're not working with this guy. And they broke it off They broke it off with Destiny, and then Destiny was pissed about it on stream, which, I mean, I guess, you know, it can be annoying. But Destiny on stream kind of made it sound like he'd been strung along by the DSA, which is something he later in a live stream last night said, that's not the case. I wasn't strung along, so I don't really know. But anyway, apparently Destiny fans were irritated with that chapter of the DSA because they had been led to believe that Destiny had been strung along. And in response to that, that DSA chapter tweeted out, in response to another person's tweet, sorry, we don't work with Nazis. Or something like that. And you guys are cringing the DGG people, but you all do the same shit for me. You defend me. So here's the duality. Okay, so the problem is, at this point, I jump in because I have a shared interest in something. And it's not in Destiny getting along in Georgia with the DSA or nothing. It's about calling people Nazis because you disagree with them. I don't like the unironic, if you disagree with me, you're a Nazi type of thing. This, to me, if it was from some random YouTuber or Twitter person or whatever, I don't really care that much. But from like a DSA rep, that feels really, really, really weird. Really weird to me. So I did a Twitter thread where I basically impugned them for their highly reactive take on the issue, which I stand by. But a lot of people were of the impression that I was saying like they should work with Destiny. So I want to clarify, by the way. I don't think you should call people like Destiny Nazis for a number of reasons. First of all, the DSA is not a fucking random-ass YouTuber. They're supposed to be a professional organization representing the interests of workers. I expect a higher degree of professionality. Second of all, it's factually incorrect. Third of all, this whole we'll call everyone we disagree with a Nazi thing, even if, and listen, defending Kyle Rittenhouse is pretty fucking morally heinous, okay? But even with shit like that, degrades the quality of discourse all around. And fourth of all, and this is what I care about most, okay? Anybody who would reflexively call Destiny a Nazi because they saw a couple of clips of him that got popularized on the internet would do the same thing to me. Same thing to me. They do the exact same thing to me. They'd call me a Nazi or rapist, pedophile, whatever. They would do the exact same thing to me. So it's in my interest to encourage everyone to be a little more, I don't know, skeptical about the way in which they handle e-drama. But if they don't want to work with Destiny, I think that's totally fine. I did see you getting called a racist up and down my timeline, Lamau. Well, I'll talk about that in a second, but if they don't want to work with Destiny, that's totally fine. I mean, we're talking about runoff elections in Georgia with a person whose most recent popular online engagement, it was a highly publicized clip of them advocating for redneck militias to gun down rioters or something. So I understand the optics concerns. So I don't blame them for that. But anyway, the funniest thing to come out of all of this is, I guess the Pokemon drama was big too, but whatever. The funniest thing to come out of all of this was that there were some people jumped onto me, and I honestly think that like I almost got as much negative attention on Twitter as Destiny did, because the way Twitter drama works is that anytime a controversial person's name comes up, every single negative thing associated with them comes up as well. So it doesn't matter what the actual thing that's happening is. The only thing that matters is that it energizes the people who don't like you. It gives them an excuse to talk about you. So it does not matter what the actual content of the discourse is. So then the whole anti-me left circle jerk thing happened. And there was one person who went like crazy anti-me. Like their whole timeline was anti-me stuff. And apparently there was some Twitch streamer or whatever. And that Twitch streamer later went on Destiny's stream. And I thought he was gonna like attack Destiny or something like that. But
explicitly, go target and harass Vaush. Oh my God, Jack.
I'm targeting. I put the target on his head for targeted harassment.
Oh my God, what the f?
This guy went on Destiny's stream for an hour and just screamed about me.
Told him to. So we all reported him. So that is your community here.
Yeah,
it's
possible they did.
They would do. Otherwise, you can just keep talking shit about how do a bet, but you don't have the evidence. You don't have the evidence.
You're so confident. I'm just so curious if you'll put.
And weirdly, Destiny had to like defend me for an hour. But this guy, yeah, this guy actually has lethal VDS. And we're almost done with this entire soliloquy. Okay, this like lethal VDS. But it's funny because people like that actually make me look really amazing, because when my detractors are this crazy, you can see the whole video if you want. It's honestly worth watching because the video is 90% about me. But the funniest thing is, like, people like me we actually benefit from having anti-fans who act like that, because when they're that crazy, it makes us look really good, you know? It doesn't really matter what criticisms are being levied against me as long as they're being levied by people that unhinged. Anyway, I thought this guy was like crazy, and I didn't know who this person was. So I looked him up, and it turns out they used to be a writer for Jimmy Kimmel who quit after they had a mental breakdown. So now I don't even know if it's ableist for me to say if he was acting crazy, but I have no idea. But whatever the case is, this guy was going like hard against me, and I don't even know what to make of that. I think so if there's any lesson to be taken from this, unironically, I feel like a lot of people use online hate trains as a way from distracting from internal mental issues, because unfortunately, the experiences that I've had have led me to believe that a lot of the people who hate me aren't doing well. There are people who don't like me who are doing fine, by the way. There are legitimate reasons to dislike me. I'm not saying that you have to be crazy to dislike me, but a lot of the people who dedicate a lot of time and attention to that, or to hating anyone online, really, I feel like are in a bad place sometimes, you know? Because I saw this a lot with Destiny too, back when I was in his community. It felt like a lot of the people who obsessively hated over him, like a lot of the Nazis who were crazy over him, they were like unhinged. They were obsessed, and you have to wonder what's going on in these people's lives. Unfortunately, I think that's a universal thing. Because I said this like a year and a half ago about the Nazis who would obsess over me. They're not in a good place. Any of these freaks on Kiwi farms who are obsessing over me, these people can't possibly be in a good mental state. Unfortunately, it's not really specific to right-leaning people. Like Flamenco. Yeah, there are a lot of people who are in that position. It's really, really weird. The sad thing is, can we watch some of it? No. You have to watch the whole thing yourself. The video is amazing. Did you know actual Nazis brigaded your UK court makes transphobic ruling defies science thing? Yeah, I was devastated by the normal amount of views on my video and 1,000 additional downvotes. I love we're gonna show the commie fags what's right, and then they run on in there and they'll leave a couple of dislikes. Yeah, we're everywhere. We never forgive. We never forget. Remember us. And he's like, okay, have fun, you kids. Or that guy, the guy who went on, he was like, I'm encouraging targeted harassment against Vaush. Like, okay. All right, good luck. Have fun. Isn't that TOS on Twitch? I think it's only TOS if you're doing it against other Twitch partners. I don't know if it's TOS if you're doing it against people who aren't on Twitch, and I am, of course, not on Twitch, so, you know. Vaush, can I targeted harass me? You can targeted harass me anytime you want, baby. Anyway, I guess if there's anything to be taken from this, it's that e-drama is terrible and that any participant in it is a loser, okay? That's the more I get into this, the more convinced I am of this. Anyone who gets involved in it, it has their priorities misaligned, okay? I don't argue with people on Twitter anymore. Why would I ever argue with people on Twitter? Oh my God, what a horrible, horrible place to argue with other people. There is no benefit whatsoever to doing that. It's just a bad idea in general, you know? Criticizing is fine, by the way, but there's a big difference between criticism and, like, mega drama. Vaush, didn't you just? Nope, I'm on YouTube. I'm doing it here. Fuck you. YouTube's a fine place for drama. You can elaborate on positions. The thing that, this is what I dream of, okay? Listen, I'm a very vain person, okay? I have these fantasies. I fantasize every once in a while when I see a Twitter comment, you know? And this Twitter comment, they're like the person who typed it out, okay? I can see their profile bio on Twitter, you know? It's like 19, he, them, anti-fascist, and then it's like a bunch of stuff about Grand Blue Zero or some shit, okay? And the comment they leave is some heinously, disgustingly vitriolic thing against me. Like, I wouldn't say this to anyone. It doesn't even come off like a criticism. It's just unhinged, you know? And I desperately wish, this is my dream, that I could talk to them on stream. Not yell at them, not debate. I just want to talk to these people. That's what I want more than anything else, you know? I feel like so much, well, of course they never will. And they shouldn't, by the way, because there's no way that engagement would ever look good for them. Ever. There's no, guys, here's a tip for you, okay? If you're saying dumb shit on the internet and you get invited to talk about it with a person with a large platform and a live stream, don't ever do it, okay? You are being baited. It is a trap. Do not fall for it. But it is enormously entertaining. And I, unless they unfuck themselves by interacting with you, well, that's the dream that I have. That's the dream that I have. It's that, Vaush, can you stop saying the R slur? I haven't said the R slur in like 6 months. Anyway, the dream that I have is that I bring these people on and we talk for a little bit and we're totally chill, you know? Aren't you on the spectrum, though? I should be able to say it, but you guys get really mad, and honestly, I don't want to deal with the drama, okay? This is like telling a black person they can't say the N-word, okay? You're all white, but you all are also probably autistic, so I can't make that joke about you. Plus you're white. Anyway, online drama is terrible. Why do people regard you as being transphobic when I've never seen that from you? Because there's no relationship really between my positions and the positions people argue against. That's why people make the Vaush distinction. Vaush is bad, Vaush is rad. You know, that's the distinction. People who criticize me don't criticize me for things I am or for things that I believe. So there's no, they're like criticizing another guy entirely. They're shadowboxing like this ghost, you know? I've seen a lot of online figures get a lot of very deserved criticism for things that they've done. People on the left, people on the right. I've seen it all around. And there are degrees of, I guess, unhingedness that you can ascribe to those criticisms, you know? Some of these criticisms are super, super valid. There are people who get a lot of shit online. It's totally deserved, and that's fine. And then there are people who get shit for, like, the most unhinged, distantly related stuff. That's how I felt about ContraPoints. People saying ContraPoints is a trans medicalist when Contra had made multiple videos criticizing trans medicalists. I don't know. That's how I felt about Contra. It's how I feel about me, too. People say the wildest shit about me. The wildest shit about me, you know? Is it a coincidence that a lot of the people we see complain about you are of British origin? You know, I haven't noticed that myself, but now that you've noticed it, you should hammer that in. You should really lead that through. Vaush, DSA chapters are so decentralized. Yeah, I don't know if the decentralized nature of the DSA really helps it out that much. Well, excuse my ignorance, what's transmedicalism? Transmedicalism is the belief that being trans is a mental illness, and the cure, or not the cure, I guess, but the treatment for that mental illness is medical transition, and that medical transition is the threshold which determines the legitimacy of your transness. So it ignores non-binary people and says non-transitioning trans people aren't valid or whatever. And it's also generally just a pretty degrading ideology. Like, transness is exclusively like a medical condition, or it's like a defect in your brain. Yeah, I saw the rational disconnect stuff. The defending Kyle Rittenhouse stuff to me is so unhinged. I just don't get... I've made my arguments. The people who are set in their ways in this, and by people who are set in their ways in this, I mean Destiny and Destiny fans. The only people who defend Kyle Rittenhouse are Destiny fans, and the entire conservative intelligentsia, you know? I have no idea why this is the hill we're standing on. I don't know if it's because Destiny is like a self-defense kind of guy. As far as in my personal opinion, as far as I'm concerned, if you're bringing a firearm to counter protest as part of like a militia group, you're initially responsible for an escalation of force, and you're capable of forcing situations that would allow you to engage in self-defense. It's entirely possible that what Kyle Rittenhouse did would fall under the legal definition of self-defense, and I could hear legal and moral justifications for that. But if we take a step back and look at the morality of the entire situation, I just can't abide by somebody going there to like bait out these types of engagements or interactions. Here's the secret, okay? Self-defense is incredibly nebulous. How do you determine what legitimate self-defense is? How far is too far? We can set legal lines, but morally it gets really, really, really fuzzy. And if you wanted to, you could go to a protest with a firearm and you can get other people to initiate violence against you, such to the point where you can kill them. Yeah, Destiny says Kyle was dumb to go there in the first place, but is Destiny arguing that what Kyle did is legally self-defense or morally self-defense? Or, well, I've argued with him about this, so it's not really worth revisiting, but whatever the case may be, it just seems like such a weird hill to die on for me. What you have to accept is at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is, we're responsible for the outcomes of our engagement. I know Destiny agrees with that because he's a consequentialist like I am. And in that respect, defending Kyle Rittenhouse only really leads to negative outcomes. All it really does is embolden the right and cause infighting amongst the left. Even if it was like a position that you felt there was some moral ambiguity to, and I could understand arguments to that effect. Self-defense is really complicated. I think there are better issues to focus on there. Why not focus on the overall climate that's leading underage people to take like weapons over to counter-protest civil rights marches, you know? That's a really weird thing. What about him being able to kill people, then just walk past police lines without getting stopped? There are things here to talk about. I just don't know if getting bogged down... Yeah, we'll see how the court case goes. You know? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I saw ContraPoints in the H3 podcast. Pretty sick. You can explain things, but justifying them is a lot harder. Just as a general rule, trying to justify arguments concerning self-defense is really, really, really difficult once you get past very obvious cases of legitimate self-defense, you know? Kyle should have stayed home and jerked off the American flag in his mom's place. Yeah. I mean, that probably would have been preferable. Vaush, again, Kyle murdered a person before he was chased. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah. When is the trial begin for Rittenhouse? Vaush, you say you don't think the DSA should work with Destiny, but also advocated for tactical unity in the same thread. This seems dishonest, dude. No, so I probably phrased it poorly on Twitter, but here's the thing. If the DSA doesn't want to work with Destiny because of optical concerns concerning his online drama, totally fine, totally valid. If they don't want to engage with him because he's a Nazi, that's e-drama bullshit. You know? If you're getting involved, if a DSA chapter is getting involved in calling people Nazis and so on and so forth, then that is e-drama. That's by definition e-drama. Kyle got bail. What the fuck does... Wait, do you guys know how the legal system works? You realize that getting bail doesn't mean you're not getting tried, right? Getting bail just means that you get to walk while waiting for the trial. It doesn't... Okay, I asked when his trial was, and some people were like, nah, dude, he got bail. Oh, God. I don't know if there are some non-Americans in here, but just so you guys know, the way bail works is bail is put up, you know, $100,000, and that is you have to pay $100,000 to the court in order to not wait in jail for your court date. And you get the $100,000 back if you show up to court. That's the way bail works. And there are a lot of problems with that system, but, you know, it's not a great system. Basically just means that poor people have to wait in jail for ages. He's being arraigned on the 5th of January. Okay. What's the actual purpose of bail? How do conservatives justify it? It's not just conservatives. The gist of bail, yeah, LA got rid of cash bail, which is pretty poggers. The gist of cash bail is that you want to incentivize people to show up for their court date. So if a person has to put down $100,000 and they only get it back if they show up for court, then it's like, dude, see, we trust you to walk around free. You want that $100,000 back, don't you? But there are problems with the system. Some people aren't given any bail because they're too much of a flight risk. For example, if like Epstein wasn't given bail because he's a billionaire and he could just pay it and then fly out to the Panama Islands or whatever, Panama, yeah, yeah, or Weinstein, yeah, very wealthy people or high flight risk people generally aren't given, yeah, $1 billion bail, exactly. But there are real problems with bail as well, real problems. But we'll talk about that later. We're getting way off into the weeds. We have a discussion to have. Hold on. Have you decorated your apartment for the holidays? No, I hate Christmas. I'm the Grinch. You're a foul one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a heel. What's the line? You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. Didn't something banana peel? You're a bad banana with a greasy black peel? Is that? You're a bad banana with a greasy black peel. Something like that. God, that was a good movie. So it was something like that. Yeah. That's oh yeah, stink, stank, stunk. Yeah, that song does slap. That song absolutely slaps. Yes, it does. All right, let's talk to a person. By the way, the camera shake is going to stop soon because I finally ordered a real desk. A real desk, not a little cafeteria table desk. Properly ordered a real desk. It's on its way. We'll have it soon. No more camera shake. Sorry about all that. It took too long. It's an adjustable desk. It's like a up-down one, like a standing desk. How nice is that going to be?
Hey, what's up?
Yo! Hello?
Can you hear me?
Oh god, I have push to talk on because I was playing Among Us. Hello!
Hey, what's up?
Sorry, I had a push to talk on for no reason at all. How you doing?
That's completely fine. And I'm doing pretty good. What about you?
Pretty okay, actually, apart from a persistent cough. All right, hit me up. Give me your contentions. How you doing?
Well, so your viewers, the people that are listening know, specifically during the video you did with the other fan from Temple who also called you about race, I think it was like a month and a half ago, you started a conversation with him where I'm going to quote you verbatim to give everybody context.
Sure.
You said to him, so I'm going to say, well, here are some racist things, and you're going to say, well, they didn't say they were racist, and I'm going to say, well, you have to infer that they are racist from their actions, what their general goals are. And you're going to say, you can't just call people racist because you assume they're racist. And I will say, well, no person is just going to say they're racist. You have to infer their behavior from their actions. And then he interrupted you and the conversation went on.
I feel like I nailed that. That's pretty much 90% of my discussions on race too. It basically boils down to the extent to which you can infer people's intentions, because very few people will just claim they're racist. But yeah, I feel like I put that one in the head pretty well. Though that conversation ended up going pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with what you say there. I'm trying to, like, the main thing that I disagree with a lot of people on the left about, specifically the people that castigate the entire other side as racist, is I think there are simpler solutions or different solutions that you can come to that don't involve the person being racist. I think that's like a very good and effective cudgel to badger somebody with to basically take away their credibility. And I think that's more or less what it's been used for.
Well, of course there are people who like aren't racist. I don't think that you should use that ubiquitously. Because, I mean, intuiting things, like, it's kind of a threshold. Like, if you want to be really bad faith, you can intuit racist intent from, like, a lot of things that I wouldn't agree with. You'd have to make the argument, you know? So when I was talking about that, what I was more talking about is, say you have a person like Ben Shapiro, you know? Now, Ben Shapiro has never said, I am a racist. But Ben Shapiro will talk about, how BLM is stupid, they need to shut up. How they're acting like thugs, how black music and rap isn't even real music, how wearing your pants down behind, like, by your knees is, like, degenerate, and having a flat cap is dumb. And if you add up everything that he's said, like, all these weird comments he's made, it feels like dude's just racist. and all of his policy positions align with those of a racist. And even though he hasn't said it, I think it's okay to criticize him based on that intuition, you know?
Well, two things. Do you think people have preferences?
Well, yeah, I imagine so.
Well, I mean, and the other, I'll get back to that. The other thing I wanted to say is, don't you think that a better explanation for conservatives doing policy that that creates racist outcomes, to use the argument that's commonly thrown at them from people on the left, don't you think a better explanation for that is they're conservatives versus they're racist? Because a conservative's ideology is to conserve. So the fact that they want to conserve broken systems that have brought about racism in the past, I think is better explained by the fact that, I mean, their ideology is to conserve versus them actually being racist.
Well, then you'd be making the argument that conservatism is inherently racist, which I would agree with. Yeah, if you want to conserve apartheid or slavery because you're interested in preserving social traditions, it doesn't really matter if that's being motivated by personal animosity towards black people, right? It's still pretty fucking racist.
I mean, I would agree if we were talking about, you know, apartheid or slavery.
Yeah, but what if we're talking about a system where black people have about 1/40th the average household wealth as white people, or a system where they're disproportionately treated poorly by the police? As far as I'm concerned, anyone who makes the argument that systemic racism doesn't exist in this country is a racist, because there's no way to arrive at that conclusion without being willfully ignorant of the system that we live in, you know? But like what you just described right there, like, it's not that they're racist, it's just they're preserving racist tradition. Like, I guess this is a potato kind of thing to me, you know?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say conservatives are preserving racist. Like, I'm not saying that is like their main goal or what they set out to do, but I understand that that is like a byproduct of wanting to conserve previous systems. So I don't think that, you know, is their intentional goal per se, but I'm willing to recognize that, like, the argument has at least a little bit of credibility to castigate them for, you know, wanting to preserve systems that have unequal outcomes such as that.
Well, sure, but like, what's the difference from my perspective, right? Like, I find two people who are trying to keep schools segregated, and I walk up and I'm like, hey, you're both a racist. And the guy on the left is like, no. I just like old systems. I don't care that it's black people being shit on. I just don't like new things. Like, what's the difference from my perspective between the two people I'm looking at, you know?
Well, see, that this is also why I told you in my initial email that I'm more left-leaning, as are you, because, I mean, I think back in the day, you would have a more valid argument towards conservatives than you do now. I think now the argument is not, well, I would describe it as disingenuous against conservatives, for lack of better words, but...
Well, how so? I mean, you've made my argument for me, haven't you? You've kind of implicitly acknowledged that conservatives defend, like, racist positions. You're just saying they do so for a reason other than direct racial animosity. But for me, that's not a distinguishing factor.
Well, I mean, you defend racist positions too. We all do, to an extent.
Do I?
I mean, so are you not of the, like, critical race theory suggests we all have preconceived racial biases, correct?
Yeah,
whether we acknowledge them or not?
Sure, but that's not defending racism. That's just acknowledgement of the way we're susceptible to social influence.
So you don't think that your preconceived racial biases have any effect on what you do or do not defend?
No, of course they do. But I'm not defending my biases. I'm just acknowledging that we all have them. I mean, even black people have them. It's not like a white person all racist against black people thing. A critical race theorist would acknowledge this about anything. We all have preconceived biases about all cultural elements. I mean, even the food that we like. But yeah, of course, there are definitely elements of my personality that have been molded by racial supremacy. But I don't defend those elements. I just acknowledge that they exist, and I try to take them into account when I make decisions.
Well, I would say critical race theory is, to an extent, defending racism.
How?
Well, specifically, let me try to pin you down on a position. Do you know who Ibram X. Kendi is?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Well, he's one of the main people that is behind the whole the progressive movement of critical theory, specifically critical race theory, that aspect of it. One of the things he says is the only way to combat discrimination now is by discrimination later. So would you agree with that?
I mean, I imagine that given the fact that this guy is an extremely credentialed academic, his argument was probably a little more nuanced than that. What did he mean when he said that?
Hold on, let me even. And I don't know what he meant when he said it because, well, it's basically an argument for affirmative action, more or less.
Oh.
To prevent racism, we have to discriminate against, like, in order, it's an equality of outcome argument, to be more specific.
Well,
in order to make
action,
everybody equal, we have to discriminate against some people.
Affirmative action isn't necessarily about equality of outcome. It could be about equality of opportunity. I mean, you're trying to compensate for other factors that are reducing people's equality of opportunity. I mean, I can't speak to the quote that you've provided me. I think that affirmative action can apply in a non-racist way. But my definition of racism here might be different from yours.
I'm trying to pull up the quote now. Give me a second. It'll probably take me too long to find it since I don't have it on.
No, it's okay. It's fine. I mean,
but
we can just discuss like the underlying idea. Even if this one guy like had a bad idea, like I don't think that's an indictment of critical race theory in general. Like critical race theory is like, it's like trigonometry. Like you wouldn't say that like trigonometry as a field is bad because one mathematician came up with like a bad formula, or they used their formula to create a weapon that ended up sarin bombing a hospital or something. You wouldn't like, the theories I think are much more wide in the scope than some people like Tim Pool like to say. Tim Pool acts like critical race theory is a set of conclusions when what it is in reality is a lens of analysis.
That's actually like, I'll give you some credit. That's something I learned specifically from you on his show, because I had the same let's say misconceptions about critical race theory, because it strikes me as like, especially the people that push it, the more vocal people that push it, such as Ibram X. Kendi and the white fragility lady, Robin DiAngelo.
Well, just so you know, we don't like the white fragility.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to a few of the other people that consider themselves Marxists, and like usually like I'll hear the woke movement, you know, praise something, and then I'll go to my Marxist friend and be like, "You believe this shit?" And they're like, "No, that's fucking stupid." Sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to curse on your show, but
you're totally allowed to. Do you understand what I mean when I say like affirmative action can be applied in a non-racist way?
I mean, yes, everything can be applied in a non. See, this is why I don't like the argument where you have to infer their behavior, because anybody pushing affirmative action, I could infer their behavior that they are racist as well. I mean, I think a compelling argument could be made for the person being racist to push that, depending on how they push it. Same way you could apply the argument to, you know, a conservative. They may be racist depending on how they defend their ideas.
I don't really think people push conservative, or I'm sorry, I don't really think people push affirmative action because they're anti-white or anything. Like, if you're anti-white, I feel like there'd be much better ways of pushing that than like, because usually what affirmative action is like, if you have two candidates, okay, first of all, most of the people who benefit from affirmative action are white women, so we're not speaking to them. In a racial context, it's like, if you have two resumes from equally qualified white and black people or whatever, then you would have a deference towards the black person, because statistically speaking, it's likelier that they worked harder to get where they are, which is generally true. But that's not necessarily a racial bias thing. It's an attempt to correct for other imbalances with equality of opportunity, you know? It's not a perfect solution, but I don't think that it's like a vessel for racial animus, you know?
Well, I mean, that's basically how I feel about many of the conservative things that are castigated as being racist.
But the difference is affirmative action's goal is to reduce the total amount of racial inequality, but conservative policies tend to increase the total amount of racial inequality. So I think it's okay to infer from those policies. I mean, what else am I supposed to make of it when, like, say, for example, Donald Trump is calling Black Lives Matter protesters un-American, and that real Americans in the suburbs are going to be besieged by low-income housing being built? Like, these people are dog whistling out the ass, and this is from the President of the United States. I mean, his rhetoric is reflective of the entire conservative movement in this country. This isn't just like, these are like, when you say our suburbs are under siege from Black Lives Matter, that's not a policy position. That's race war, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So
I would say one of the main reasons that he castigates Black Lives Matter in the way that he does, and the many conservatives do, is because specifically the postmodern / Marxist, the value system just isn't in line with conservatism, which it's not really in line with many Western values to begin with. So that's why it's usually like castigated, at least from what I've seen.
Black Lives Matter
usually
isn't postmodern or Marxist or anything. It's the largest civil rights movement in the history of the country. Tens of millions of people participated in it.
well, one of their leaders has come out and said they're a trained Marxist. So, I mean, even if that leader was lying or was disowned, I mean, he still came out and said it. So people are, going to latch on to the information that
one
they
of the
have.
leaders of the Black Lives Matter organization, but the movement itself is tens of millions of people who these people don't listen. It's not leaders. There's no leader of the movement. Black Lives Matter protests don't need to hear from some central organization to go off. There have been thousands of these marches across the country. They aren't being coordinated. I don't think that the views of one person who's a member of the organization means that it's okay for the president of the United States to demonize tens of millions of people protesting in civil rights marches as anti-American,
I mean, it depends on what I don't mind, like, it depends on what the people are saying they explicitly believe, is what I would say there.
I imagine for the Black Lives Matter protesters, it's probably, defund the police, or at least, implement restrictions on their behavior, less racism in general. I mean, probably stuff like that, right? That's not anti-American, though.
That stuff, no, of course not. It isn't. I would say specifically, I think the main thing that when the president castigates them, he latches onto is the fact that that the one leader has come out as Marxist, and that would be anti-American. I didn't say that Donald Trump had a good reason for castigating the movement, but I'm saying I understand more or less his reasons for doing so.
Yeah, but then, the suburbs stuff and the Black Lives Matter attacking the suburbs, this is like race baiting. Well, it's race baiting is what it is. When he says suburbs, he means white. At one of the presidential debates, Biden called him out on this, said he was dog whistling like a foghorn, and Trump didn't even retort. At one point, he said that suburban women love me. What does that mean? He said something like 60% of suburban women love me, and he's going off a stat saying 60% of white women favor him. Like, when he says suburban, he means white. So when he's talking about Black Lives Matter threatening the white suburbs, this is identical to the rhetoric of, like, the white supremacists of the 1960s. Like, this is indefensible. This is infinitely more racist than the wildest dreams of critical race theory,
Wouldn't you consider it racist to assume that he means white because he says suburb?
No, not when... See, this is what I mean about the willful ignorance to dog whistles. What else would he mean if he's talking about Black Lives Matter versus the suburbs? He doesn't retort when called out for dog whistling, and then he says that suburban women love him when he's referring to a stat about white women.
I don't remember him saying the suburban women loves him, but I do remember him saying that they're coming to the suburbs, and that obviously all of the violence, all of the mostly peaceful protests, I get it. Everything has been isolated in the cities right now. So when he says they're going to the suburbs, obviously he means literally they're going to go to the suburbs, since it's only been happening in the cities. He's fear mongering. I don't think he's dog whistling. He's getting the suburbs psyched up to vote for him because he knows he's not going to win the city. So he's fear mongering to him.
The suburbs are historically considered white because of white flight. You had inner city areas that were racially integrated, but white people left near the turn of the century because there were increasing numbers of black people working in factories after the end of slavery. So suburbs have always, in this country, at least over the past century, historically been considered kind of like a bastion of whiteness. So for Donald Trump to fearmonger about a black rights movement moving into the suburbs, which are read as white, like coded white, and talk about low-income housing, and then he's used other terms to kind of suggest that he means white people when he says suburban. Like, this is what I mean by inferring. Like, to me, this isn't even like a reach or an inference or anything. This is just direct, obvious, blatant dog whistling,
I mean, I understand that you believe that it's, direct dog whistling. It's,
well, what would it take for you to believe, like, this is not even coded language. Like, this is the most obvious possible expression of the sentiment. Black people are coming to rape your white women. Like, this is as close as you can get while being the president of the United States. So what would he need to do or say to make you think that's what he means?
Something actually racist, where I wouldn't have to make a very far leap logically to connect the dots.
He just said suburban instead of white, and he's connected suburban and white before. So
do you not understand that some people are going to have a different opinion on that? Like,
it's not a matter of what everyone's going to have a different opinion on everything, but this is why we need to have like a common language when we infer stuff, because it's insane.
that I can definitely agree with.
But this is the problem that I have. Like people, Tim Pool does this so much. He'll like reach to the moon to infer racism from left-leaning people trying to impose affirmative action. He's done shows and segments about how Western civilization is going to be destroyed by woke postmodernist Marxists because they wrote something on how whiteness is detrimental to civilized society. But then he'll look at Donald Trump literally talking about race war and he'll completely ignore it. He won't cover it. He won't talk about it. And when other people bring it up or expose the obvious language that he's using, like the obvious dog whistles, he'll downplay it. And I feel like a lot of his fans do that too. So the selective willingness to engage in inference is very, very strange to me.
It's because people have biases.
I mean,
agree. That's easy to explain too. Like see, this is one of the main reasons that I wanted to talk to you, because I don't like, you seem to think that like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but you seem to think that it would be better if we, and this is the nicest way I can think of framing it, got rid of the conservatives. I don't mean, I'm not trying to say you're saying violence or anything like that, but I've heard some of the other things that you said. I've listened to a few of your debates with conservatives on YouTube, and I don't want to be, rude and quote you from those debates, but you've said mean things about the conservatives, and you usually have a very harsh tone when you go into a conversation with them.
Yeah, I think conservatives are holding us back as a civilization, and the survival of our species kind of depends on them being made politically irrelevant. I don't mean that we need to purge them or anything. I just mean they need to like shut up and let adults take control of like the government for a little while. Like, I guess they can have the reins back after we've stabilized things for a little bit. We just need some time,
See, what I think is you need conservatism to basically put a lasso, for lack of better words, on progressive ambition. So I think that think they play so the left doesn't push too far.
But like, what positive contributions are the Republicans making right now to our country?
Well, right now, I pretty much agree with Tim that they're just basically sitting around doing nothing. So, I mean, right now, aside from maybe a positive contribution would be holding back the excess of progressivism, but they're not even doing a good job of that.
Yeah, but like, they're not just doing that. They're actively like dragging us down. They're deregulating like they're deregulating environmental concerns. They're like defunding the EPA. They're handling the coronavirus terribly. We're doing one of the worst of any countries on the planet. They're actively trying to repeal civil rights. The Trump administration asked about taking away the right for gay couples to adopt, and the Supreme Court, the conservatives in the Supreme Court are talking about maybe removing gay marriage just like a legal right. Like they're not just sitting around. Like, they're actively making the country worse.
Well, Democrats are also trying to repeal civil rights with Act 206 or whatever it was in California with the their push for affirmative action. I mean,
So first of all, I'm not a big Democrat supporter, so I won't defend them.
Yeah, I know.
Think Republicans are worse, but also the reason they were doing that is because they were trying to bring California's civil rights protections in line with other states in the country. So back when those civil rights protections were put in place in California, conservatives also complained about that. It's like a lose-lose. When California puts up additional civil rights protections, Republicans don't like it. But then when they take them away so they can impose affirmative action, Republicans complain that it's the beginning of the neo-postmodernist woke left reinstituting white slavery or something like that, Like, I don't think that's comparable.
Like, our government goes through he said, she said pretty much all the time. Democrats do something, Republicans freak out. Republicans do something, Democrats freak out.
Sure, but I'm talking about the Republicans right now. Like, they're literally just doing nothing but bad things, Like,
well,
pretty
define bad.
Negative. Well, the reduction of civil rights, climate change being pretty huge ones, COVID-19's handling being a pretty huge one, the incredible expansion of corporate power, I would define as bad because I'm a socialist. I think that most people in America, Tim also agrees, I think that corporate power has gone too far, so hopefully he would agree with that as well.
you only see the Republicans doing these things, not Democrats.
No. Democrats do bad things as well, but the Democrats will also occasionally do good things. Republicans only do bad things. And the Democrats also have more room in them for legitimately good politicians to take, prominence, like Bernie Sanders. So I think they're a better vessel for genuine progressive change.
I'm not entirely sure why why you think the Republicans are only doing bad things now, but and that the Democrats have room for change, but the Republicans don't. I guess because like
the Republicans have only gotten worse with time, though, haven't they? Like it's the Bush administration. Well, the Bush administration with foreign policy was unequivocally disastrous. But in terms of its like domestic considerations, there was a much greater degree of bipartisanship from the Republican Party. Now the Republican Party isn't even in the same ballpark as the Democrat Party. And the more and more the party split continues, the less likely it is the Republicans are ever going to be able to do anything even remotely considered good, you know?
Not entirely.
But what if it's good?
I see them holding back or stop. Well, specifically, Republicans are going after big tech right now, more so than the Democrats. So I think that would be at least one check in their face. Well, they're making a show of going after big tech. Is that more fair?
Sure, but the only reason they are is because they keep getting banned off Twitter for being racist. I don't know if that.
Well,
I don't know if that's like sticking it to corporate power that much. The Section 230 thing is like pathetic. Like I
wouldn't say they're being banned off Twitter for being racist. They're being banned off Twitter for disagreeing with progressives.
Who's been banned off Twitter for disagreeing with progressives?
Who's that one lady who got banned for saying a woman is a woman, a man is a man? The feminist, the Megan something or other, Megan Murphy, I think, maybe.
I'm pretty sure there was more context to that, but that's, I mean, the
I'm
context of that discussion
I think there was like
transphobia.
3 or 4 tweets before that. I mean, that's another, that's your opinion coming off of it.
Well, sure, but it's also written in the TOS of Twitter. So
well, yeah, but I mean, I agree with you. Private companies have too much power right now. They shouldn't be able to expel somebody from discourse like that just for disagreeing.
Wait, so do you think websites shouldn't be able to have terms of service?
No, of course they can. But I mean, very private websites or very large websites like Twitter that participate in the public discourse. I mean, it's, I guess like I'm going to be a little bit like Tim Pool on that issue, like a milquetoast fence sitter, because I could go either way. Like I see good with allowing Twitter to do whatever they want, or I see basically both sides of that argument. I mean,
yeah, but like it's either you believe websites can have a TOS or you don't. I mean,
well, I mean, obviously that's it would be weird if websites can't have. I mean,
yeah. So if they can, then they have the right to include stuff like that, don't they? I mean, I'm in opposition to corporate power, but let's be real. Corporate power isn't coming from Twitter TOS. Corporate power is coming from like government deregulation, from things like the Trump administration granting and from regulatory capture, him appointing former businessmen to high up roles, him appointing former CEOs of oil and gas companies to like the Department of Energy or climate change deniers to the EPA. Like this is where corporate power comes from. Corporate power doesn't come from like Twitter TOS, you know?
I mean, half agree. The one thing I wanted to ask you too is what do you consider a libertarian?
I don't know if I believe in right libertarianism. I mean, to me, a libertarian in the proper leftist context is a person who wants to maximize the degree of freedom an individual has.
Okay, well, this is something that I wanted to ask you about this too, because I consider myself a libertarian, like I told you in my first email to you, and I personally, one of the reasons that I sided with conservatives on the cultural issues is because a lot of the stuff, the arguments you're throwing at me, I mean, they are well thought out, valid arguments, but I consider...
Just one quick thing, I apologize for interrupting. So I was linked this from chat, but it seems Megan Murphy was banned not for saying men are men and women are women, but for targeted harassment of certain trans people on Twitter, including like dead naming them and posting personal information about their previous identities. And they were warned several times by Twitter for their hate speech before finally being canned. So I don't think it was as simple as her not being PC. It was a pretty deliberate targeted harassment campaign.
This is actually something that's that's a very, very good example too, because I might have said she was banned from Twitter. Maybe it was a warning that she got for that exchange. The men are men and women are women. And then eventually she got banned for other things too. Also, it would be possible for whoever wrote that article, I didn't see it myself, or the article just to misstate that to qualify what she did as targeted harassment, despite the fact that she was just stating her opinion. Because depending on how you view the issue,
qualified harassment. I mean, what if you quote tweeted black people over and over and over again and kept saying like, hey, blacks have on average a lower IQ. Hey, 1350, 1350. Like, even if what you're saying is technically derived from something you could argue is true, it doesn't mean it's not harassment, right?
Well, yeah, but context matters a lot, doesn't it?
Sure, it does. Yeah, but it seems like she was engaging in a targeted harassment campaign of trans people. So it wasn't just her
without
stating
looking at any
opinion.
of the evidence, you're assuming as much as I am, aren't you?
No, because I'm looking at an article right now on the subject. I mean,
article by who? And is it an op-ed? Because then it's like...
Wait, you've only given your word, and you left out a lot of context. On what right are you criticizing the way in which this is being described by another?
I mean, if you would like to dig into it, we can. It's...
Wait, what information source do you have that I don't have right now?
I went off the top of my head because I'm just trying to remember.
Oh, it's weird that you... So do you have any evidence to contest the description that I've provided, or do you just feel like what I've said is incorrect?
Well, I mean, like I said, do you want to dig into it? Because we can just sit here and Google... I can Google something and then be like, here's my evidence. And then you can Google something and be like, here's my evidence. It's one of the main things that it's so hard to have discourse online with these sorts of things, because like you said, you found an article. Well, if it's an op-ed, like what kind of information are you just getting a biased opinion, or are you actually able to see the tweets that she got banned for, all of them in context? All
opinions are biased. Of course, I'm not looking at every tweet right now. If down the line you want to provide me any information that you think exonerates her or her behavior, I'm happy to take a look at it, but I definitely don't want to like back and forth about this thing I don't care about right now.
Well, I don't care much about it either, but the point was that it's very, very easy for you to get a different picture or idea of the same sort of evidence and facts that I do. And by that I mean you might be thinking, well, how can you get a different, like, facts are facts? How can you get a different...
It's funny that it's funny you dislike postmodernism right now, because you are expressing such a postmodernist opinion on the veracity of empirical evidence.
I don't think I said I dislike postmodernism, did I?
Oh, I well, maybe that's the flaw in my perspective. I intuited it.
I'm honestly trying to remember if I said I disliked it or not, but I mean, yeah, I get what postmodernism is. It's to be basically critical analysis of almost everything. This is like, I can't tell you how many studies I've been linked by people that frame something so specifically to get the results that they want. And like here you go. The WHO released like an article for, and this is just off the top of my head too, I apologize. They released like an article a year or two ago that basically said like, look how much the amount of deaths are going up due to global warming. And they don't give you any idea of what the amount of deaths were prior to global warming and what rate they were going up before global warming. And they take no effort to separate, like, this is what the deaths would have been like. Like, let's say in 2020, there would have been 1,000 deaths from global warming. But now we can tell, since it's getting worse and we're not doing anything about it, there's 8,000. So that would tell you, there's a 6,000 difference. So 6,000 people have died from global warming. But instead, the WHO just releases an article that says like, hey, look, 8,000 people died. It must be from global warming. It's completely disingenuous, in my opinion.
I can't speak to the veracity of this article I haven't heard of before. The only point that I'm making is that whatever the case may be, your characterization of her Twitter ban as she said women are women and men are men is not accurate. There was absolutely more to it than that. So that's the only point that I was trying to make. I didn't mean to get in a whole soliloquy about the empirical, the trustworthiness of information. Whatever the case may be, there was something you were saying before I interrupted you to ask you about
I've completely forgotten
Megan
about.
Murphy. Well, have you lost it? Are we off that topic entirely?
If you remember what I was talking about, then yeah, because I was going somewhere with the veracity of evidence. Because I wanted to, like, as you consider yourself a libertarian, I wanted to, like... That's
right, libertarianism.
One of the main things I think we do wrong here, well, I should say the left does wrong, and why I've decided to side with the right culturally on many of the cultural issues is because most of the arguments you've brought forth, like even the Megan Murphy thing, framing matters a lot, because when I said she was banned for, calling men men and women women, she may have been banned for that. That may be factually true to state that, but she may have gotten unbanned and then banned again later for something else. So am I telling the factual truth, or am I wrong?
We're both framing things. There's no such thing as an objective perspective. I just feel as though by any metric, your assessment of the situation left out critical information that would prevent my audience from understanding the totality of her ban. Even if what I read came from a biased perspective, I think it's important to have that additional information. No,
I completely agree, but I'm still saying that it's really, really hard when sorry, I've completely botched my train of thought. So
that's fine. I do it all the
time. One of the reasons that I asked you about libertarianism is because I don't think it's okay. Like, it's very easy to get little things like this wrong, like us disagreeing about why Meghan Murphy was banned off of Twitter. Because even looking at the full picture that you have in front of you and I don't, it would still be factually true for me to have said that she was banned for this reason. There may have been more to it, like she may have been unbanned later and then banned again, you know, et cetera, et cetera. There may be other context outside of it, such as that. But it wouldn't have been inherently wrong for me to have stated that she was banned from Twitter for that reason.
Well, I think, I mean, you could lie by omission. I mean, by that you could say like, you could say like, if you wanted to, you could describe like the death of Frederick Hampton as like he died in his sleep. Like, oh, he passed away in his sleep. Like, there, of course, you can frame anything in a certain way, and it's possible to say something that's technically accurate while still missing like the ultimate point of the issue. You know. Like, you could talk about, like, if you want to, like, here's a description of Germany in World War II, okay? A proud nation revitalizing the public interest in its collective cultural history was invaded by a coalition of foreign nations, which destroyed systemically their infrastructure in their cities, demonizing them in propaganda, dehumanizing them in movies, bombing them out until their leader was finally forced to kill himself in an underground bunker as the remnant of their once great civilization was destroyed. That's a technically accurate description of Nazi Germany, but I feel like you're missing a couple of key points, you know? Like there's a few, yeah.
For sure, I would be.
Yeah. You know? I feel like we're arguing postmodernism right now. Like, I agree there are many narratives, but I just, from my, here's my perspective at the end of the day. I want people to be good and happy. I want well-being to be maximized. And I think that in order to do that, we need to address systemic biases, because those are one of the most like critical elements of human misery around. So in order to do stuff like that, we have to be skeptical when we analyze stuff like racism, sexism, transphobia, because doing so gives us the best possible vantage point from which to criticize these systems.
I basically agree. The one thing that I wanted to ask you is, you said before while you were talking that there are many different perspectives, and that, I mean, it's obvious that there are, but I'm wondering why you feel that the conservative, you probably feel that the conservative perspective is unreasonable, or whatever you would call it, because you assume that their actions are motivated by racism. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, they lead to racism. I don't really care what they're motivated by, as long as they lead to racial inequality as an outcome. That's what bothers me. I don't really care if an individual is racist, like inside their head. What matters to me is what they do.
So, do you agree that there are different perspectives on racial inequality too? I guess you could. It was how I would frame it.
But I'd have to make that argument, right? And they would have to as well. And I've had a lot of conservatives on this stream, and I don't really get many good arguments defending conservative perspectives. It feels like the Trump administration and Republicans and just conservatism in general is just a nonstop cavalcade of objective failure. And I'm not even arguing in the same like reality as the people that disagree with me, you know? We have two completely separate. It's not that the narratives are different, it's that our understanding of reality is fundamentally fractured, you know?
I don't really disagree. I mean, they have a different value system than you do. They approach almost everything differently than you would do.
Well, they're also just wrong a lot. Like, it's the alternative facts kind of thing, you know?
I I would disagree a little bit there because I think I've seen lefties wrong just as often as I've seen conservatives wrong. So it's the main thing that bothers me about when people take this the like a position to castigate the other side as racist is because basically, as we've gone over, you are inferring that they, are being racist based on the outcomes that whatever policies they do, end up as.
Well, I don't care if they're I can say like the things they do lead to racial inequality, yeah. But I can make these arguments. Like, I know lefties aren't wrong as often as conservatives because I'm a lefty. I make these arguments and I can defend them pretty well. But the conservative arguments, like right now, everything coming out of the Trump administration is like indefensible. It's insane. I don't think there's
many conservatives don't even like many conservatives don't even like the shit that Trump says, right?
He has like a 92% approval rating in the Republican Party. He has an unprecedented amount of support for his party.
And you assume that's because people like what he says?
I'm sorry, if you approve of Donald Trump, I think you're part of the problem. I mean, you can approve of him, vote for him, and then say, but he's mean on Twitter. I don't really think that matters. You voted for the guy, you approve of the guy.
I mean, I think the lesser of two evils makes a lot of sense in that situation too. I think he's the lesser evil in comparison to Biden.
How?
Because, I mean, Biden is the establishment. I mean, you're a lefty,
they're both the establishment.
Trump has not been a part of the establishment.
Political establishment. What anti-establishment thing is Trump doing? He's expanded corporate and
giving the middle
power.
finger to the war hawks.
How? He's increased drone striking. He's ramped up military engagement across the Middle East. He bombed Soleimani. He's actively pursued aggressive rhetoric against like militants in the Middle East. He's increased the propagation of ISIS by pulling out of Syria and then claiming he was going to pull them to defend the oil fields. Like, he nearly baited war with Iran. Like,
well, he didn't cause war. He's one of the only presidents that hasn't caused war in his term.
That's a really low bar. You can't say he's not the establishment because he didn't start a new war, but he did increase drone strikes and increase like military tensions. He's also putting a ton of money. He pulled more of our troops out than previous presidents.
Huh? He pulled more of our troops out than previous presidents, didn't he?
No, he's barely pulled any troops out over the course of his presidency. He keeps talking about it. But like he pulls them out, but then he brings like mercenary forces in. Right now in Afghanistan, we have like 3 times as many mercenaries as we do like active soldiers because he pulls troops out, but then he just brings more people in. They're just not like enlisted soldiers, so so they cost more to the taxpayer. But if they die, nobody cares.
Sorry, taking a drink.
No, it's okay. But he massively increased the military budget. Like, I don't know. This is like a classic like Tulsi Gabbard, Tim Pool thing. He's not anti-establishment. Like, in no way is he empowering the individual,
I mean, I kind of disagree there about empowering the individual, but I would say he's, in comparison to the alternatives, he's anti-establishment.
How?
Like, if you're looking at Trump and Biden, Trump is more anti-establishment.
I'm like really sorry. It's just such a low IQ way of analyzing like presidential candidates. Like, who's more anti-establishment? Why don't we talk about policy and like what they believe in and what they do? Establishment. What does it mean to be anti or pro-establishment? What if a person is anti-establishment because they're like a horrible piece of shit? Like, what if like Genghis Khan or like Attila the Hun like became president? Like, that guy would probably be anti-establishment. They don't even speak English, but does that mean they'd be like a better leader? Like,
well, here's like something that I would bring up. You consider yourself a lefty, which means you recognize the evil our government has done, right? Like, we've fucking overturned God knows how many elections outside of our country, and we've meddled in however many other countries' affairs.
Yeah, like what Trump did with Guaido in Venezuela before the administration declared it failure. Huh?
To bring up something Trump has done to when I'm talking about the establishment at large. I don't care what Trump has done in his 4th term right here. I'm talking about the establishment as a whole. Like, we can objectively say that the American, whatever you would want to call it, establishment, or basically the government that has been running us for God knows how long, that has been fucking in every other country's affairs for however long.
Yeah, of course.
So Trump has not been a part of that until 4 years ago at this point.
Wouldn't that
Biden
mean,
has been a part of that for like 40 years.
but how is that an indictment of their quality? Like, wouldn't that mean that any president would be better just if they don't have any experience in the government? Like, that doesn't make a person a better president just because they went in there with no experience.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it makes them a better president. I'm saying why Trump is more anti-establishment than Biden.
What does establishment mean? Like, it's just a meaningless buzzword that doesn't correspond to any actual policy?
No, it doesn't correspond to any actual policy.
What's the point?
Because you brought up that Trump was not anti-establishment, and I'm telling you why he is.
Then why are we arguing over whether or not he adheres to a characteristic that bears no meaning with regards to the quality of his presidency? When I think of anti-establishment, I think of somebody like Bernie Sanders. Why? Well, Bernie Sanders has been in government for decades, so he's not anti-establishment because he just wandered in after being a New York billionaire his entire life. He's anti-establishment because he actively fights against the systems of power that he is a part of. Trump doesn't. Bernie Sanders doesn't want to increase the degree to which corporations control your life. He wants to decrease it. He wants to give the average person more money, more power, more education. That's anti-establishment. What has Trump done? Trump has appointed that, what's her name? The Davos, that bitch, to the Department of Education. He wants to privatize our education, give people less equality of opportunity when it comes to their education. He's massively cut taxes for the rich, deficit spending, which we're going to have to pay down for decades down the line. He's given more money and power to the military establishment. He constantly praises other despots around the world, other people like Putin or Bolsonaro who have comparable positions of power over their government. Like, this guy is an anti-establishment in a way that means anything to me.
Well, see, that's a perspective issue, not so much a.
No, can we talk about like real policy or things that actually affect human life? Because you just admitted your definition of. I was
going somewhere with pointing out that Trump was anti-establishment in comparison to Biden. Like, okay, I'm explaining to you why people like Tim, people like me, are more so siding with Trump than Biden.
But you already acknowledged that your definition of establishment doesn't bear any meaning to his actual policies or like competence as a president. So what relevance is that term then?
Well, if you let me explain a little bit more.
Yeah, okay.
The main reason that I think people like Tim Pool did not vote for Biden over Trump is because Biden basically represents, like you admitted earlier, our government has done absolutely horrible things. Biden has been involved in many of those horrible things for the last 40 years. Trump has not. Trump has just gotten in there. And yes, I will agree with you.
He's done terrible stuff over the past 40 years.
Trump? Yeah, but he hasn't been a part of our establishment government for the last 40 years.
This is just an argument against like having experience in the government, though. Like,
it's an argument against what is establishment and what isn't.
Is Trump more or less anti-establishment than Bernie Sanders?
Well, we have different opinions on Bernie too.
Okay, so do you think? Wait. So do you think he's more or less than an independent who ran against the party that he entered and fought against every institutional center of power in this country, a person who's been protesting foreign wars since before you and I were born, a person who was supporting trans rights back in the 1980s, who was fighting for gay representation in the military back in the 1990s, a person who was fought consistently with democratic establishments and ended up becoming one of the front runners in the 2016 and 2020 elections in spite of never kowtowing to the policy expectations of his masters in the DNC. Do you think this person, Bernie Sanders, is less anti-establishment than Donald Trump?
Well, he has kowtowed.
That's
definitely.
Yes or no?
Do I think Bernie Sanders? Give me a moment to think, please. I don't know a lot of Bernie's history, but based on what I know of him, like now, I would say that I'm leaning more towards no, but I would say he's about on par with Trump is what I would put him at.
Okay, then I think your definition of establishment or anti-establishment is foolish and is utterly irrelevant when we talk about the worth of a political candidate. Like, it means nothing. It's like we might as well be arguing about their horoscopes as far as I'm concerned. Why don't we talk about policy? Like, what is this? More anti-establishment? What?
No, I mean, I was going somewhere with it before we got off on a tangent.
Well, but if
Like,
the term you're using doesn't have any meaning, then I don't know why.
To you, it doesn't.
Yes, to me it doesn't. So, do you have any like policy positions you agree with Trump more than Biden? If you're actually choosing your presidential candidate based on a term you admit doesn't bear any meaning to their like positions or policy, then that is incredibly foolish. Would you prefer Kanye West? Because Kanye West ran in 2020. He has no government experience. Trump has 4 years of government experience. Maybe Kanye is more anti-establishment than Donald Trump. Like, and then in 2028 we have to find like a bank, you know, like a bank manager who's never run for anything and who only speaks Sudanese. We can pay like I don't know, like where are we going with this?
We're going to where essentially the people who voted for Trump voted for a more anti-establishment candidate than the people who voted for Biden. The people who voted for Biden essentially voted for the establishment.
It's like the people who voted for Trump voted for him because he was a Sagittarius and they wanted a Sagittarius instead of an Aquarius. That's what you're saying to me right now. These terms mean nothing. Like mean nothing. You're literally like your term of anti-establishment is literally just means how long they've been in government. Like
how much they've been involved in all of the evil shit our government has done.
How long they've been in government.
Yes.
Okay, so that's it. So that's your only qualifying characteristic for being the president.
No, that is a mischaracterization and a straw man of what I'm trying.
Policy
this is one point.
Do you have for Donald Trump over Joe Biden? Because your definition of anti-establishment here is nonsensical. I don't know what it means.
Well, it's definitely not nonsensical.
All it means is that they've been in government longer. What if a person's been in government longer, but they have better policies? Also, Trump was part of another establishment. He was a real estate mogul. He famously never paid his contractors. He's been involved in numerous lawsuits about discrimination in housing policy, not to mention the dozens of rape accusations that have been thrown his way, some of which were credible enough to even go to court. Like, there are other establishments that he's a part of. The government isn't the only evil establishment in this country. Corporate power is one of the biggest ones around. Like, and Trump bankrolled Democrats before he switched over to the Republican Party. He donated to the Clinton campaign. Even before he was a politician himself, he was using his dirty silver spoon money to fund the Clinton war machine. Like, you think his hands are clean? He was a friend of Epstein.
His hands definitely aren't clean.
Yeah, okay, like, what policy, like, when I vote for a president, the only thing I care about is the outcomes of their presidency, and that's usually done through policy and attitude. So, what do we have?
Typically, when I vote for somebody, I try to do it so based on moral character. So obviously, Trump was a not good for moral character as far as almost any metric goes.
I would agree with that.
But this was the most heated discussion I've seen that you had with Tim on his podcast, is because you were pushing back on him for being anti-establishment, and he got really upset with you because you're like, why do you keep defending Trump? I don't understand. And Tim was basically playing whataboutism, and he got really, really fucking mad with you.
Well, I just don't think either of you are anti-establishment. You're defending the establishment, like, to me right now, but you're...
I mean, so are you when you're voting for Biden and defending Biden.
No, because I can argue why a Biden vote empowers disenfranchised people more than a vote for Trump. I can absolutely defend that position empirically. I even have studies to defend that. But when we're deferring back to this nebulous concept of establishment, like, then that's the only metric of value, and your definition of establishment means that a person who fought against corporate and government power for 40 years is less anti-establishment than a multi-billionaire real estate mogul who's involved in every DNC higher up before finally running for the Republican Party in 2016. If that's your definition of anti-establishment, then that's insane to me. Like, that's a meaningless definition to me. So I just want to talk about policy. How would Trump make the country better than Joe Biden?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't have many policy arguments. Do
you understand how it's frustrating for me when people will ardently defend Donald Trump or attack Joe Biden, but they have, with all due respect, no fucking idea what the actual outcomes of these presidencies are? I'd be willing to bet that if we got into the weeds, you don't know what policy positions Trump advocated for in 2016, what he's doing now, what he's planning to do, or what Joe Biden wants to do. and you're defending them based on this is the Tim Pool brain stuff. I should have gone harder on him about this. This is what he does. Tim Pool's entire channel is like a conservative propaganda outlet, and when he's challenged on it, he recognizes it's impossible for him to defend Trump empirically, so he'll defend it like a culture warrior. It's not, oh, Trump will do better policies. It's, yeah, Trump's an idiot, but at least he's holding back the far left. He's not a critical race theorist, and he's anti-establishment. But none of these things mean anything. They're meaningless terms. And meanwhile, Trump continues to deregulate corporations. He continues to put more and more money into the military-industrial complex. He continues to do more and more mishandling of the COVID crisis and destroy our relationships abroad. And like, what am I supposed to say to this? We're not even arguing. This is what I mean about not living in the same reality. We're not even arguing over the same things.
I mean, yeah, it's very easy to push the conversation in any sort of direction to something that you are more knowledgeable about. I was explaining why I thought he was more anti-establishment than Biden, and we got off on a tangent, and you directed the conversation over in this way, which is an area that I'm admitting to I am less knowledgeable about. So I'm trying to be honest with you as far as that goes. And what I would say, I mean, I don't disagree with you that, this is the Tim Pool shit that, you did push back on him about this, and I admitted to you basically won that argument, or basically the whole night. You were on top and he was on the bottom. He didn't have very good, really anything to counteract any of your points. And
it was a mutual exchange of ideas. I know not everybody is consequentially minded, and that's fine. That's legitimate. If some people are more deontological or whatever, or virtue ethics, or I understand not everybody comes at this from the same set of perspectives, but I don't know how we can. Should the goal not be to improve this country? Like, is that not what we're working towards? It is,
but we have different ideas on what improve means, and we have different ideas on what the problem, or different perspectives on what the problems are.
But do you think your metric might be a little fucked?
I mean, you don't know what my metric is. You only know that I've flubbed the establishment and anti-establishment thing, or that we have a disagreement on it, however you would want to describe it.
But you said that your metric is how establishment a candidate is. And
no, that's not my only metric.
Well, what other metrics are there? Because some of these metrics have to be rooted in like policy, or what like the outcomes of their presidency are going to be, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, my other metrics are, I'm concerned about some policy issues. I'm more concerned though, well, I wouldn't say more concerned, but my main involvement for getting involved in all of this shit was due to the culture war aspects of it. So, like, obviously I'm going to be out of my water if we start talking about policy issues, because I got into everything, this whole political, shenanigans years ago, specifically for the cultural things. Because
there is no culture war.
There definitely is, though.
No, it's not. It's a lie people like Tim Pool push because they know they can't defend policies. Right now,
you don't think that people are losing their jobs because of the quote-unquote cultural war?
A couple of people are losing their jobs for PR reasons, which has been happening for as long as jobs have existed. Right now, Steven Crowder is holding a 100,000-person live stream on the left destroying Christmas. That's your future. A future where you don't care about policy, where you don't know what you believe in or who you're advocating for, but where you're perpetually terrified that some nebulous understanding of what the left is going to take away everything you love and care about.
I would not entirely agree there. If once we actually can argue about policy, like once we get past the culture war part to the part where we can actually argue about policy, I'm not talking about in this discussion with you, I'm talking about in general, because I don't think there is any getting past. Like there's no point in even talking about policy until one side stops castigating the other as racist, which is the main reason that I emailed you, because the
left talks about policy. You realize that all Trump has done in the past 4 years is culture war bait. Whereas when Biden gets up on stage and he talks about like his presidency, he only ever talks about policy. And this is Joe Biden, not even a leftist. This is just a milquetoast liberal, unironically decking the entire GOP establishment by getting up there and talking about what he's actually going to do with presidency. All Trump goes up there and does is he puffs his chest up and talks about how the suburbs are going to get invaded. Like you guys are the ones pushing the culture war.
Well, I would say the people on the right are the ones that got from my perspective, at least where I came into this culture war, is where the left basically during midway through Obama's term is they started castigating the other side as racist.
The conservatives have always been racist. It's not, they just started saying it louder because it's correct.
I think
that's not like culture war though. Like they're just racist. Like I don't know. Yeah,
I disagree, and I think that I think it's a major problem that people who are falsely assuming the other side's motives think they have the right to shove what they believe down the other person's throat.
This is a lot of really loaded language. Nobody's shoving anything anybody believes down anyone else's throat. We all have free speech. We all have a right to say whatever we want. Okay. You have as much a right to speak as I do. Admittedly, I have a larger platform, but we all have that same right. So this isn't about shoving anything down anyone's throat. Additionally, of course the Republican Party's racist. I would have to brush up on stuff to go back to the Bush years to try to remember all the fucked up stuff that he did and all the fucked up stuff that Cheney did with regards to race relations. Like, because I wasn't politically active back then. But like, yeah, like this, of course, yeah. We're only 2 generations removed from white people frothing at the mouth, throwing rocks at little black girls being integrated into schools. There are people at those protests who are still alive today, and they vote for Trump. The Ku Klux Klan has endorsed Trump. Every racist militia in this country has endorsed Trump. There's a reason
Richard
for that.
Spencer actually endorsed Biden.
Richard Spencer, you mean the one guy, not any organization behind him, who's irrelevant now and was universally made fun of?
It's kind of interesting that everything you brought up was relevant, but the one I brought up wasn't.
Because I'm bringing up the plurality of evidence, and you're bringing up one example. And the reason he supported Biden, by the way, was because he thought Trump was so incompetent that he would destroy white countries better than any Democrat could.
Out of curiosity, do you see that as a different of perspectives too, that you're more focused on the collective and I brought up the individual?
Are you seriously arguing that bringing up one individual is more relevant than bringing up...
No, I'm just saying can you see that is a different perspective? Like I brought up an individual.
Wait. There are always different perspectives. What matters is the validity of the perspective. Do you believe one individual anecdote is more meaningful than the plurality of evidence?
No, but I don't believe that the shit you brought up bears it. I don't believe that like you can say like, well, racists support him, so he's racist.
Well, it does tell you something, doesn't it? And it does tell you something that all of the governors and all of the local legislators who were anti-black integration back in the 1960s ended up supporting conservative or Republican policies the further on they went. Many of them switched parties as well. And it is pretty interesting that all of the same zip codes that ended up polling hardest against the civil rights movement way back 50 years ago all end up vote heavily for Trump today. And it's a weird coincidence that all of our perspectives right now on racial relations concerning Black Lives Matter fit into very specific demographic and political codes that have been preserved uninterrupted since the 1960s, up to and including the same political candidates and the same political strategizers who've been working since the Southern strategy. Racism is not this nebulous, ethereal, 1 in a million thing. It's a very real fact of life that a lot of people just fucking hate black people. It's always been the case in this country. We can fix it, but we have to acknowledge this exists.
See, like you brought up the since you said it, the thing about the supporters somewhat matters. The fact that more racists are supporting Trump than Biden. This is just a personal anecdote, completely admitting it's an anecdote. I've watched a lot of Tim Pool's live streams, chat as they go by. I've also done the same for Crowder and Shapiro, the videos that they upload on YouTube. And I've never seen the words, these are racially loaded languages that I've seen in your stream specifically and not in theirs. Coon, House Negro, and Uncle Tom. I've never seen any of those words used in their streams, only in yours. So, and I don't think that's a valid argument to even use against you. I think it's a completely idiotic argument to use against you.
And why are you using it? Also,
because you just used the same argument against me.
That is not the argument I just used against you.
Yes, it is. It is the same argument. You said that these racists support Trump, therefore he's more likely to be racist than Biden.
What does the general tendency for conservatives to be racist have to do with the comments under my live streams? Also, the terms you just described
are usually... obviously people are coming to your stream that are racist.
The terms you just described are usually terms black people throw at other black people they think are sucking up the whites.
To an extent,
so that's not a term conservatives would use. Why would conservatives ever use? Yeah, generally speaking. So why would conservatives ever use those terms? They would be criticizing the tokens they rely on to not look racist, like Candace Owens.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but it's why I just think it's a dumb argument to make, because I've seen racially loaded language in your live stream,
you
which
realize
shows me
what you're
that
doing right now, in addition to this not even being the same argument, you're doing a whataboutism. You're doing
I'm,
another thing
I'm
Tim Pool
completely
does,
positive. Yes.
where you jump from point to point when you're uncomfortable
Yeah.
with the one we just abandoned. So what I was talking
We
about,
can go back to that one.
okay, so if we look at, there are so many metrics that you can use to determine the racial animus, which tends to be supported by the Republican Party. So I don't think calling them racist is like culture war. You would say that 60 years ago. I can imagine you like a proto Tim Pool fan in a black and white photo at a civil rights protest in Little Rock, and you're like these culture warriors forcing integration. Like, it's not about the culture war. It's, are you racist or do you support anti-racism? Like, are you racist? I'm asking you.
Am I?
Yeah.
See, I would say that this isn't something you can say about yourself. It's something that has to be said about you. And
Sure.
I would say the same for being a good person.
Do you think you're
like,
racist?
Do I?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, then what's the issue?
What do you mean?
Well, then what's the issue with racists being called racists?
Nothing, if they're actually provable to be racist.
What do you mean by provable?
Good evidence that, I mean, I basically agree with everything you said about you have to in further actions. I know, obviously, you know, somebody's not going to like come out and be like, yo, I'm a racist. It's just not going to happen. That's
what if they support policies that hurt black people?
See, this is subjective. It's too subjective to actually, like,
all assessments of people's characters are subjective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To an extent. Some of them are more, you know, you can get empirical with it if you actually, you know, use psychology and took your time, but more often than not, yes, they're subjective.
So what if there's a political party that for the past 60 years has persistently taken issues or positions on issues that disproportionately hurt black people?
And what if that political party's whole ideology was based on conservation?
Then I would say they're conserving racism.
It depends on exactly what policies we're talking about, and this is where another reason that it is subjective, because you can look at the very, very same thing.
Isn't an argument. All of this is subjective. We're making arguments right now.
I'm aware.
Points. Yeah. So you say it's because it's conservation. That's irrelevant to me. If you're supporting racist policies, it doesn't matter if it's for conservation or not.
Okay, and I would say your opinion that the policy is racist is irrelevant to me.
Wait, I'm not saying about my opinion. I'm asking you, what if one political party consistently supports positions which hurt the black community?
Then I would probably agree that that's racist. You would have to prove to me how the Republicans do it, though.
Okay.
More so than the Democrats, even.
What about the war on drugs?
And
what about going hard on crime? What about the expansion of the prison industrial complex?
What about war
private
on drugs?
prisons?
Why does that, like, how is it the policymakers' fault that hurts one group over another?
Because it was literally implemented because the government wanted to crack down on minority activism and hippies back in the 1960s. And while you can't make it illegal to be black, you can make it illegal to smoke pot, which a lot of them were doing. Nixon's aides admitted this. It was racial bias from the get-go.
Well, I'm not going to defend, Nixon's administration.
Yeah, so I mean, okay, so the drug wars continued to be supported to varying degrees up to this point. The Democrats are mostly in favor of drug decriminalization, at least to a greater extent than the Republican Party. So that would be an element where they're trying to undo racial animus. What about the crack versus cocaine epidemic? What about the fact that Republicans were especially fastidious in trying to legally delineate between crack and cocaine, which led to a massive series of crackdowns in the inner city, which led to an expansion of the prison system, leading to literally hundreds of thousands to millions of black men being arrested for crimes that they would have been charged less for if they had been white and privileged? Like, that's pretty racially biased, Or voter disenfranchisement, where black people consistently get purged off voter rolls, or majority black districts in Republican areas tend to have legislation passed where it's harder for them to get registered to vote, or they attempt to pass voter ID laws. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to gish gallop you, because that is what I'm doing right here. The issue is that the argument that the Republican Party is racist is such an incredibly well substantiated one. But I get frustrated because anytime we have this conversation, I feel like I have to dig up a textbook, and it's like, okay, here we go. And then we have to roll through all of it. But I feel like, honestly, you don't really care. that at the end of this conversation, you're going to go right back to saying Donald Trump is the anti-establishment candidate and the culture war reigns on because the crazy lefties won't stop calling people racist. So it feels like it's almost a wasted effort, you know?
Well, don't you think that's kind of disingenuous to assume how I'm going to judge our conversation?
I've had a lot
you
of
could
these
be educating me right now.
Well, it's not, well, sorry. I don't mean to be like super cynical or anything like that. I distrust people who are concerned with the culture war over like policy, I guess. I've had a lot of bad experiences with people like that.
Well, I mean, I can understand that. It's funny that almost all of the Marxists I talk to, they always want to direct the conversation to policy instead of culture war. I like just a personal anecdote that I've discovered from discussing this stuff with many Marxists. It's a common theme for whatever reason.
Yeah, most real people you talk to in the real world will also try to direct your attention away from the invisible friend you have floating beside your left shoulder.
Well, I think the main reason is because I mean, arguably the Democrats usually do it like I told you in the email. I agree with you probably on 90% of the things you can put forth. Like, I'm not in favor of the Republicans wanting to ban pot or them voting like whatever bill they just did in the Senate, where basically Republicans, as expected, almost all voted no to decriminalizing pot.
Yeah.
Like, I'm completely in favor of that. I think it's a completely idiotic position for them to hold, but I understand that their ideology is based on conservatism, so I don't hold that against them for voting against it. I think it's necessary to have people who put up those sort of stop guards to stop people like
why do we need people
from going too far?
Why do we need people to stop us from making the world a better place?
See, do you think the left can go too far?
Of course the left can go too far. That's what we have the Democratic Party around for, to keep us in check. Trust me, the Democrats are not exactly going to throw this party into socialism the nanosecond the Republicans are out of the ring. So we already have a checking mechanism, and I'll get rid of that one too. Give me some time. But the Republican Party, how can you're saying it's a good thing for them to do bad things, because when they do bad things, they're preventing...
I'm not saying it's a good thing when they do bad things. I'm saying I understand the conservation aspect of their ideology, and I think that makes a better explanation than blanket racism.
Well, the marijuana thing's probably not super racist. Nowadays, I imagine their ban against the marijuana thing is mostly just because they're pieces of shit who like seeing people suffer. Where's this like conservation defense coming from? Do you think that's like a good justification for behavior? Like, rape is okay, we've been doing it for millennia? Like,
no, I mean, that's a bit of a straw man too. I'm saying, like, I understand an aspect of their ideology is to conserve. That's why they are called conservatives. So
how is that virtuous in and of itself?
I'm not saying that it is. That's your assumption.
So
are
you fine with them banning the weed? I think this is a
better logical explanation of their behavior than they are racist.
Oh, well, but so first of all, traditionalism and racism go hand in hand, like, all around the world for fairly obvious reasons. But second of all, if your traditionalism leads to racism, you're a racist. I don't know what, like, I don't understand this distinction. What if you met a Republican senator and they were in the middle of raping a 12-year-old boy and they were like, oh yeah, I'm a conservative. I'm conserving ancient Greek gender relations. And then you're like, oh, that's not a pedophile. That's a traditionalist conserving ancient Greek traditions. Like, okay. And then, like, the police walk in and you're like, dude, he's not a pedophile. He's a Greek traditional. Like, I don't understand. If you're
do you know what reductio ad absurdum is?
What I've just described is literally analogous to what you've described. It's not absurd. It's exactly as absurd as what you said. I've reflected your absurdity. You're looking at a mirror right now.
Well, I'm saying that is, I mean, that is an argument to absurdity. I get it. Like, obviously, nobody is going to be like, you know, obviously to say that or conservatives conserve doesn't mean that I would be suddenly okay with them raping a 12-year-old girl.
But you're okay with them doing racist things.
No, I'm disagreeing with you that they do racist things. I think your inference of their behavior, you assume racism, that like they're doing this because they hate brown people. And I think they're doing this because they want to conserve.
It doesn't make a difference to me. Okay,
place.
so what if a person didn't want to integrate the schools racially because he was a traditionalist? Would you
See,
say
this
that's
is another
racist?
reductio to
No. I'm
absurdum.
asking you a question. Would you say that's racist?
Ask the question again. I'm sorry, I interrupted you and my mind went blank.
Okay, would you say it is racist if a conservative did not want to racially integrate schools because they wanted to conserve traditional racial relations?
Yes, it would be racist.
Why?
I mean, that one's kind of a bit obvious, isn't it?
Wait, how? I thought they're just conserving traditional racial relations.
This is why I said you went reductio ad absurdum. I mean, obviously, if you're going to be like, here's the most absurd thing I can think of to why you're wrong.
That's not absurd. You're literally saying that you think their tendency to conserve better explains their behavior than racism. I'm telling you there's no difference.
In that example, yes.
But okay, so what about I'm trying to think, because Temple fans have such a weak barometer for what systemic racism is these days. Okay, what if there was a Republican politician who tried to implement a voter ID law that was specifically targeting people of color? He was specifically targeting certain types of voter identification in certain districts to maximize the number of black people who'd be inconvenienced by it. What would you, and they're saying, oh, I'm just trying to conserve old traditions of preserving the vote. Like, do you think that would be racist?
I would say factually prove it, and then I would be more
prove what?
More on your side of saying yes. Because a lot of these arguments that you make, where they have these policies that you can point to specific racial outcomes like disparities or whatever argument you would like to make in that regard, there are different ways, or rather, I'm trying to think of the best way to explain it. They're like
what do you want me to prove?
You would have to prove that what you said is factually true beyond all reasonable doubt, and it's not
what part? Like the fact that it hurts black people?
You would need to prove all of it if you're the one making the claim, wouldn't you?
But what's all of it? Like, what tenets would I have to prove?
You would have to prove that it disproportionately hurts minorities more so than whites.
Okay.
Let me think. It's funny how your brain never works when you're on the spot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's no hate or anything. The reason I bring this up is because what I described to you happened. In North Carolina, state legislators attempted to push voter ID laws which specifically targeted the types of IDs that black people use, disallowed them, specifically disallowed certain types of registration that black people use disproportionately.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you give me something to Google to
North Carolina voter ID law. The Supreme Court of the state said that the legislators targeted black people with surgical precision, and they struck it down. In fact, those legislators had actually looked up what types of identification black people used. So what they did was, what they thought in their head was, we don't want black people to vote at all, but we can't just keep them from voting. We can't disallow them from voting. So instead, we're going to do everything in our legal power to specifically preclude black people from voting. And even the courts agreed unanimously that this was a racist law, even though nothing about the law said anything about black people. Do you believe something like that could be racist?
I would need to, I can't just say in this moment without seeing, any of the evidence or anything like that.
What about the hypothetical that I've provided you, given everything that I said is true? Because it is. You can look it up, everything that I said.
If I extend you then, obviously, yes, but we're obviously going to contest almost everything that you brought up, which is the problem with the culture war, correct?
Well, sure, but in this specific case, even the courts agreed. Surely the Supreme Court of the state agreeing that it was racially charged is pretty heavy evidence in my favor.
You would surely agree, too, that one specific case wouldn't taint the entire collective.
I'm
right?
only talking about this case and asking you if you think that it's racist.
If everything you said is true, then I would probably assume that that one person would be, yes. The people that
the state legislators and everyone who voted on it.
The thing here, though, is one of the things you said where people were specifically targeting blacks. That was one of the things that you said that was an assumption. You said they specifically, quote unquote, with laser precision, they targeted blacks or something like that.
Yes, that was the quote from the Supreme Court of the state.
That is a very subjective claim to make to me.
Mate,
I haven't looked at any of the other evidence, but
okay. This is the issue. When we talk about systemic racism today, obviously politicians aren't going to write into law, fuck black people. Like, this is one of the most obvious indicators of racial bias. And like, if we can't tune our barometers to look for something like this, we can't fight racism at all.
Here's the thing. If I looked over everything and I agreed with you, then we would have absolutely no problem. The problem that I have is when people bring up examples like this, and then I eventually go through them and look over everything, and I start popping holes in that person's theory, then I get really pissed off, because then essentially you are assuming the other person's motives, and due to that, you think it's okay for you to shove your ideology down their throat.
I don't. That's the big problem. What is this language? First of all, I don't care about their motives. I only care about the outcome. And second of all, what do you mean shoving ideology down people's throat? Why do people like you always use language like that? We're just talking.
Well, I'm specifically like thinking of previous things that you said, like walling off Alabama is one of the
okay. I'm pretty sure it should be known I don't actually want to wall off Alabama. That
yes,
yeah, right. Okay, but like what is like you say like shoving people or shoving my beliefs down people's throats? I just don't know what you mean by that. Like I'm making an argument.
You claim to be a libertarian, which means
I'm a libertarian.
You would have a problem infringing on other people's freedom. So
yeah, racism is a huge infringement on people's freedom. It's one of the biggest ones we have.
Yes, I don't disagree. But if you are wrong, then you are shoving your beliefs down somebody else's throat. Or actually,
even if I'm right,
let me ask you. Yes.
Yes.
But then morality would be on your side, I would argue.
Well, then
if you are right.
Then the phrase shoving it down your throat is nothing more than an unnecessary homoerotic charge. It doesn't actually delineate.
I was going to ask you what language you would like me to use instead of that.
Well, I'm just making arguments.
Well, I mean, what would you describe it as if you forced other people to live their life the way you want them to live their life?
That's really vague. I don't want people raping. Is that imposing on their freedom?
That's fair. Technically, yes, it would be imposing on their freedom, but I don't care that it is imposing on their freedom since it's morally wrong to rape people.
But it brings about freedom in another way, because if I make it illegal to rape, now people will live less in fear of rape, no? So I've given freedom to other people. Same with murder.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, I understand.
So in what ways do I want to force people to live life in X way? I want to maximize people's individual liberties. But to me, that involves protections from certain types of discrimination. And one of those types of discrimination is racism. I think that enhances human freedom.
I would say as far as race goes, I know you're against the corporate shenanigans where they basically sit people down in the meetings where you basically have to like sit through a seminar of why everybody's racist and you're racist, blah blah blah. You dislike that stuff too, correct?
They don't seem to be very effective. If they were effective, I guess I could hear an argument for them. But yeah, racial equality seminars don't seem to lead to positive.
I would concur with you there. I would consider that, though, as a way of shoving beliefs down somebody else's throat.
Isn't it the right of a corporation to train their employees?
Correct. It depends on how far they go with it. Are we going to codify certain things like that into law? Because then that's a different story. Like, I'm not contesting, like, I'm not saying the corporation shouldn't be able to do that. I understand, they are allowed to do that under the law. And even if...
But nowhere in law is there a requirement that corporations give their employees critical race theory. Yeah, but who's advocating for that?
Well, if you think half the country is racist or the Republicans are racist,
I think
what would you do to...
racist. I don't like Democrats either, to be fair.
I mean, see, it's kind of funny because I was going to one of the main shower arguments when you're thinking about arguing with the person. I was going to tell you that like I could agree that like if you think both Republicans and Democrats push white supremacy, I am more agreeable to that point than only the Republicans push it.
Well, they do it way worse, but yeah, I would say they're not even close to equally. At least libs tend to be on the side of Black Lives Matter. Donald Trump is saying they're like anti-American thugs. Like he's way farther away, you know?
I see much of what the liberals do as far as like they pander to the minority groups. I see that as basically just pandering and virtue signaling. I strongly have a problem assuming that they are sincere with the things they believe.
Insincere pandering is quite a bit preferable to the President of the United States demonizing a racial civil rights movement. But
assuming that, well, yes, I would agree there if you draw those two side-by-side comparisons.
I think that's a perfectly legitimate side-by-side comparison to draw. But like, what do you mean by virtue signaling? Again, I'm trying to talk about like policy and stuff. Do you mean like corporations? Corporations only have those racial equality seminars because they're trying to reduce their liability in the case of a lawsuit. But they've been doing that for centuries. Like, that's not new or anything. They used to do sexual harassment seminars, and now they don't do those as often because most people now grow up knowing you can't slap the ass of your secretary. Not everyone, but most people. 50 years ago, that was not the case. Sexual harassment was way more common in the workplace. Now we have the Me Too movement. We're improving on it even further. And all these seminars are really just a way for them to avoid corporate liability. But these aren't being like orchestrated by some woke cult or anything like that, you know? Usually what happens is a corporation thinks, Black Lives Matter's happening and people are really concerned about the blacks and their equality. Let's get on this. And they go to the marketplace and they find some recent sociology graduate with an MA who claims they'll be able to give them a seminar. They write up a PowerPoint, get paid $4,000 to deliver a 3-week seminar across 8 locations. And then like they walk away, nothing gets changed. The corporation spends a little bit of money. They pocket the cash. And then, and here's the critical part, people like Tim Pool freak out about it for years. That's the real outcome of these seminars isn't like the actual thing that happens, it's the culture war discourse it facilitates, you know? But
I understand his reasoning for that. It's because the culture war discourse is extremely toxic.
I agree, but like,
and I think they're being like, this is why I sided with the right, because I think they're being improperly castigated for being more racist than they actually are. I think the same accusations could be levied against most of the people on the left and the woke movement.
Who's being castigated?
Basically, the entire Democrats' argument against the Republicans for why they don't get a say in half the shit is because they're racist. They're the ones being castigated. You do realize
Republicans say heinous shit about Democrats all the time, right? If your argument is unironically that Democrats are more mean, that's ridiculous. Republicans will frequently call Democrats everything they can get away with without getting kicked off C-SPAN. They will call them Satanists. They will call them pedophiles. They will say they're establishment anti-American murderous shills who want to rape your baby and then abort it. They will say anything. They are relentless. They will say the worst things about Democrats. The idea that like Democrats are the more uncivil ones in the culture war discourse just does not hold up to me in my experiences.
But I'm not basing it off so much like this is where I can say I'm inferring people's actions, because I'm not basing it so much off of the actual discourse. I'm basing it off of inference of actions. I see the main problem I have with Democrats is people on the left, to be more specific, is like you have multiple arguments. I'm trying to think of a way to put this. You obviously take the time to think out your arguments very well, and you come well prepared for most of these topics. I disagree with the certain assumptions that you draw based on the evidence that you provide, but I can of course respect the fact that you bring evidence in the first place. I know you say conservatives don't, and they base it off of feelings. Or at least I've seen you say that sometimes. But I think they just look at the same evidence and draw a different conclusion than you. Of course, you would say sometimes that's a racist conclusion that they draw, and I would say the same thing about the woke movement in general, that they sometimes also draw a racist conclusion. And the main problem I have is when one group starts to force the other group to live life the way they want to, basically the moral authoritarianism that Tim always rags about. And if that moral
Republicans are
authoritarian
trying to
was
take away the right to have an abortion. The Republicans have always been the moralists, the moral Puritans in this country.
I mean, I wouldn't. In some places, they're probably taking away the right to have an abortion, but most of the pro-life arguments I see are beyond a certain point. They don't want to let people have an abortion.
No, if Roe v. Wade gets taken away, it's going to be down to a state-by-state basis, and most of the Republican states are going to have full bans on abortion. Like, that's an unbelievable imposition of state power, but okay.
I mean, I don't disagree, but I also think that it's completely immoral that the Democrats allow you to have an abortion up to birth. So
they don't. It's the first 2 trimesters.
Should we pull up that's not true.
That is absolutely true. It's only with the third trimester in the case of severe risk to the mother.
No.
Yeah. Wait, am I mistaken? Wait, did you say after birth?
I'm pretty sure I said up until birth, but I know the meme. Okay. I know the meme of the one guy saying, you know, we'll talk to the mother and see if the baby's comfortable, and then we'll decide on what we want to do. If you've seen the meme of it's the governor from Western Virginia, where he talked about that they would still talk about having an abortion after the baby was born.
I don't know what you're referring to. I guarantee you can't have abortions after you're born, because that would be murder. Obviously you wouldn't. Like, abortion is Isn't this
being
what Trump said?
Like, there's an actual video of it. If you give me a second to Google it, I can
talking about law. Wait, I don't care what some random politician said. I care about law.
Well, this was something he was trying to codify into law, which was obviously pushed back on by, you know, Republicans, the pro-life people.
And wait, state by state, when abortions are legal. Okay, hold on.
No, I can find the Ralph Northam is his name.
So the only state. Oh wait, so there are some states that have no limits. Okay, so most states.
It's also
have limits. Washington,
the Democratic Party. Sorry for interrupting. The Democratic Party as a whole generally okays abortion up until the 3rd trimester. Usually, like, that was one of the. I'm pretty sure. Like, I could be wrong.
Party. Don't doctors okay
I'm getting to that. During the DNC debate, where it was like all of the candidates on the stage, I am fairly confident they asked who here would be okay with abortions up until the 3rd trimester, and the overwhelming majority of them, if not all of them, I cannot remember perfectly, raised their hand.
But up until 3rd trimester would mean at the end of the 2nd trimester. Up until would mean that the first 2 trimesters.
That is my me saying what I think was said. I don't know if it was up until or if it was, you know, in the 3rd trimester.
There's a Snopes article in the claim you made about the Virginia governor, Ralph Northam. It says... Yeah,
I don't really care what Snopes has to say, though.
Wait, do you think Snopes is like the liberal media? Do you want me to
I think Snopes frames things in a way that they specifically want. I would prefer you to actually watch the video where he says, actually, here, hold on. I can link it to you on Discord because I just found it.
I have it here because the Snopes article links its sources. It doesn't just say something. It links all the evidence that it has to make its claim.
Well, either way, I linked it to you on Discord if you would like to watch it. But yes, he says there that they would basically, after the baby was born, talk with the parents if they would like to abort it. Obviously, it's a crazy thing to say, and I'm not saying that all Democratic senators are that way or that is a common position in the
do you think it's a little bit odd that, like, the Trump administration has made it clear they're trying to get rid of the legal right to abortion? Like, that's a clear and present threat, and they have a 6-3 Supreme Court majority, and you're more concerned with, like, an out-of-context quote from one governor that doesn't even affect policy? I didn't even hear about this. Do you think it's interesting that the culture war has led you to this lonely battlefield while the war is raging, like, 2 zip codes away?
No, I don't see how this is different from what we were discussing.
You don't see how the out-of-context comments of one
I don't think it's
guy
out of context
in a radio show?
And I also said earlier that it was a popular Democratic position to have abortions up until or into the 3rd trimester. I cannot remember how the question. Yes, but I also said that I cannot remember how the question was asked. I'm going off the top of my head, so please forgive me.
Why do you distrust Snopes? I've never seen any evidence that they
because
really
Snopes likes to frame shit in ways like, for example, this would be a good Snopes article, like the suitcases that were just pulled out that content, or air quotes, suitcases that were pulled out for the fraudulent votes in Georgia. Snopes would say that would be a false claim because they weren't suitcases, they were bins. And Snopes likes to frame things
then they were correct.
In a very disingenuous. I mean, yes, technically, but it's a very disingenuous framing of the issue because they're able to say that the entire thing is factually incorrect because of one little aspect that wasn't what was reported.
Hey, just an offhanded question. Do you believe that Democrats rigged the election and that Trump actually won?
No, I think that's a little bit of a stretch. I think the anti-sentiment for Trump is so strong that explains why he lost more so than the Democrats rigging the election.
Okay. All right. Oh man. When people get to the point where they don't trust Snopes anymore, that's like a...
Well, I mean, why do you trust Snopes?
Because if you look at Snopes articles, they usually explain the content. Like you don't go to a Snopes article and it just says false. Like it usually gives all the relevant
I understand. Info. Yeah, but you've never gone to a Snopes article and they completely framed everything wrong.
I don't know what you mean by framing it wrong.
Like I said with the cases, me giving you an example of that, because you can find tons of Snopes articles about shit just like that.
Example you gave me, Snopes suitcase?
It wasn't Snopes. Like, I'm giving you an example of how Snopes frames it. I don't know if they specifically framed that event that way. I mean, I could probably hold on. Snopes.
Yeah, I'm looking more at this thing with the Virginia governor, and this just looks like it was like an ambiguous comment that he made that ended up getting taken at the worst possible interpretation. Yeah. President Trump said that the Virginia governor stated he would execute a baby after birth, which he certainly did not say, but the meaning of his statement was unclear. Was he describing a hypothetical scenario under current Virginia law or under what it would be if the legal milieu of trans bill was passed? Yeah, it just seems like a really ambiguous comment. I don't think this is like worth freaking out over. Okay, so for the Georgia suitcase,
that it's worth freaking out over either, but I would say that it is
you think the 170 million women in this country might feel valid and freaking out over Trump threatening to remove their right to have an abortion?
Do I think? Well, yeah, obviously. Okay. Although I wouldn't. And never mind. The me bringing up the governor, I think, is the same thing as the same sort of argument as bringing up the North Virginia voter thing, because it's
in the example of the North Virginia voter thing, I was posing a hypothetical to determine whether or not you were willing to intuit racial outcomes from a given degree of evidence. But then later on, you brought up the Virginia governor thing because I was like talking about abortion or something like that as a state imposition. I don't even know what we were talking. Were we talking about libertarianism?
To an extent, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, well, my point, like, I don't mean to. The point of libertarianism.
Oh yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, this was completely faked. The Georgia suitcases thing. This wasn't because it was bins. It was because full video footage of that area showed that those bins full of ballots were in the correct place. Like it wasn't anyone stealing them off or anything like that. It was normal ballot processing. This is one of the issues with like the conservative discourse or people like Tim Pool, really. It's that they'll literally see like a picture or a video of completely normal, completely ordinary behavior, like nothing going out of the ordinary, but because they don't understand how the process works or because they know their fans don't, they'll point at it and turn it into a big controversy. The fact that there even has to be a Snopes article on suspicions around video surveillance footage of the ordinary processes of a ballot processing office, it's really, really, really strange to me. Like, how much do we have to do this? I'm pretty sure that if you took video footage of literally any complicated process, the layman would probably find a couple of things they found suspicious if they were willing to look into it hard enough.
When did you volunteer to count ballots?
I'm sorry? I'm not given that. I was kicked out of the DNC after my comments on Israel.
You castigated the other side for not knowing the process, which would assume that you knew the process.
No, well, the process is known because all the people at that office have spoken up and indicated this is part of their the normal process.
So you don't think people can lie?
Wait, oh my God. Okay, hold on.
No,
I'm
not defending it.
No, hold on. I've let you get away with a lot, okay? Sorry, just because somebody tweets a video of surveillance footage. So here's what's happening that you're a part of, okay? This is on you. Somebody took a video of a surveillance camera of something happening in a ballot office, of somebody moving ballots, and then with absolutely no evidence, started selling it as though something bad or wrong was happening. And then everyone at that office speaks up, getting testimony from other people who worked in ballot processing offices saying, this is totally normal, nothing here is even remotely out of the ordinary, we're literally just moving physical material from one point on the planet to another point on the planet, and you're asking me, do you think it's possible that they could lie? You need to prove something bad happened. The burden of proof is on you and them. And that's what's happened this whole goddamn fraud election cycle. It's a million easily debunked claims that Republicans have clung to in the desperate hope they'll find the magnum opus that'll save Trump. But time after time, these are easily debunkable claims. They were making this shit on the 3rd, and they were getting debunked on the 4th, and they're still making them today. That little snake thing, the fraud image with like the Biden votes jumping, is in reference to a misreporting from Politidesk. It didn't even have anything to do with the ballot counting. It was an intern entering numbers wrong. The jump up in various counties are easily explained by completely trackable, determinable, and historically verifiable voter proportions from Biden and from Trump. Like, all of these claims are easily debunked, but they keep coming up over and over. Why the fuck would you come on here without any understanding of the issue and ask me confidently? You think people can't lie? You think that's a gotcha? I'm sorry, what exactly would prove it to you? Do I need to find God or Jesus Christ and have him come down to determine the veracity of this video? Why don't you have to find the evidence?
Are you done with your tangent yet?
This behavior frustrates me immensely, but yes, I am done with my tangent.
You completely assumed that I was making an argument that I wasn't, because I agree. The people that are like, this is a conversation I had with my father, because he's the sort of person that would see something like this and be like, see, fraud. And I'm like, well, tell me, what did you actually see in that video?
Why would you ask me if people can lie? That's a rhetorical question.
Can I explain my position, please?
Sure.
Because now what I was saying was where I asked people specifically on the right what they saw in that video. And they basically said, I don't know. Which is the same thing you said. You can't look at that video and know for certain if voter fraud happened based on that video. Because I doubt many people that watch that video actually have experience counting ballots. So they can't like be like, oh, I know this is wrong. You know, nobody ever puts ballots under the table. Like, you don't know that. You're not in there fucking counting ballots. How do you know how they do the process?
There's no evidence of misappropriate behavior. That's the only thing that I have to prove, is that there's no evidence.
Well, I mean,
can't prove there's not.
There's affidavits that say there was wrongdoing, and there's people that aren't on affidavits saying there isn't.
At that specific location, there were affidavits?
As far as I'm aware, yes. There's people that were told to leave, and that's contested, blah, blah, blah. But that is off the original point, because the original point you were making is you can't look at that video and actually make a judgment call on what you're looking at. Like, you can't look at that and be like, that is definitely voter fraud. Even the lady that palmed the USB.
You brought this up.
I know, dude. Let me finish, please. And that's why I'm saying I agree with you that you cannot look at that video and actually see what it means. But that also doesn't mean that you can make the argument that you're 100% certain that that video also means no fraud. Because
no, the video doesn't prove fraud, is what I'm certain of.
Yes, and you can't also be, well, that's, how are you certain of it if you know as much as the process about them, if you've never counted ballots and you're looking at the same video everybody else is?
Because if a video proving fraud had actually come out, it already would be being argued in a court case right now. Because millions of people have seen that video, and the only corroborating evidence that has come out has exonerated any idea that this is misappropriative behavior. If there was anything actually suspicious here, it already would be being dealt with. I do believe in unicorns because you can't prove they're not behind you. I need to be given proof of the existence of something. And you were the one who, by the way, The only reason we're talking about this is because you brought up the Snopes article about the Georgia suitcases, which, by the way, nothing in this article is like, they were bins, not suitcases. So your argument against the veracity of Snopes as a fact-finding tool is utterly unproven by the content of this article. It talks at length about the actual substance of the arguments made against that video.
Do you remember what I said before, where I said, I know this isn't an article from Snopes, but I am telling you how they improperly frame stories by giving you this example. Do you remember me saying that?
Don't
like 10 minutes
examples
ago?
have to exist for them to be examples? Or did you mean like a hypothetical? Like,
I meant
here's
like
why
a
Snopes is
hypothetical.
untrustworthy. Let me make up a situation.
Well, realfactcheck.org, I'm pretty sure, is the one who did they're not actually suitcases, they're bins. But
you
Snopes
were
does
complaining about
incorrectly frame.
Snopes.
Yes, I know, because you brought up Snopes as a source. I mean, like, do you think that just because you can Google an example right here on the spot that makes your argument more valid than mine? Or do you think it's possible that maybe Snopes does
you're the one who
incorrectly
brought
frame
up this example. I didn't bring up this example.
Yes, I brought it as a hypothetical to explain things, like you've brought up hypotheticals to explain things.
No, this
as
is
well.
not hypothetical. You referred to a specific event that took place, and the event.
Yes, I know.
The contents of this article don't say what they said. You said they said.
So
it's not a hypothetical. You brought up an example.
I don't
but the
understand
example doesn't
what you're
support your
trying
argument.
to. I don't under. Yes, it did.
Okay.
I brought up a hypothetical and I explained to you what Snopes usually does. And
I mean,
you
do you have any evidence of that, or
like, if you actually gave me time off of a call where I can think, I can pull up plenty of Snopes articles and give you evidence. Yes.
All right, I'll keep that in mind down the line.
I mean, I understand what, like, it looks bad on my part because I can't give you an actual example, but this is why I have a problem with people.
What makes you look bad isn't your lack of info. I do the same thing. I have a very bad memory, actually. I have to Google and remind myself of stuff confidently. What makes you look bad is the smug confidence with which you reject narratives you don't support. So, for example, you asking me rhetorically, you don't think people can lie, or you hearing, or you saying something like, oh, Snopes, and then bringing up something that like didn't actually happen. That's what makes you look bad. It's not having the info. If you had just said, I have concerns about the veracity of Snopes, but I'd have to take some time to look into it. No, in fact, I think chat would have respected you for it, because it's like, oh shit, the limits of knowledge. But that's the thing. And Tim Pool does this too. That's one of the things. If you go to Tim Pool, you debate him. He's got a computer to fact check in front of him. You don't. So it's very, very easy for him to make claims. He goes on them. He can run down those lines. You can't fact check because you don't have the computer in front of you. And I think those tendencies, or the consequences of those tendencies, may come down to the people who watch his content as well.
Well, that's a disingenuous assumption to put on me, but
well, I said I think. I mean, I can't.
Do you think that places like Snopes cannot be biased and not
asking these rhetorical
want to frame a
questions?
specific narrative?
Of course, everything can be biased. Just prove it.
Because you're bringing it up like it's the gold standard of.
I just want proof. So everything has a bias. I have a bias.
Okay. And that's why I asked you, don't you think people can lie? Because you're basing your argument off of like assuming that these people are telling the truth.
It's a meaningless rhetorical question. What I'm assuming is that there's no evidence of wrongdoing, which I'm correct on. There's a reason why that video was big in the media for 2 days and nobody's talking about it anymore. They've moved from one lie to another lie to another lie, so on and so forth. But when you ask stuff like that, you don't think people can lie, you're not actually conveying any information besides the fact that you disagree with me.
Yep.
Okay,
but the difference is that I don't think I have the right to shove my beliefs down your throat, and you think you have the right to shove your beliefs down mine.
What does that mean? We've been over this.
It's what it all comes back to. That's the reason I'm against the left, and I sided with the right culture.
What do you mean shoving my beliefs down your throat? What do you mean? What does that mean? You already agreed earlier. You just mean that that term just means talking to somebody. Do I not have a right to talk to you? Does the left not have a right to talk?
Well, I didn't really agree to that. I said that when you codify what you want other people to do into law, that's what I specifically have a problem with. Forcing, well, basically,
careful, you're about to talk about policy.
For example, any of the quote unquote anti-racist stuff.
What anti-racist laws do I want to put in
specifically the ones that discriminate against people now to try to get equality of outcome situations?
Like what?
Affirmative action.
Okay, so you don't like affirmative action?
I didn't say that. I don't like equality of outcome. Some affirmative action tries
equality
to.
Of outcome.
Well, Kamala Harris did put out a video like right when they became president-elect.
No, Kamala Harris is not fighting for equality of outcome.
Okay.
It's
Like,
equality
what do you
of
want me to say
opportunity.
about like?
Nobody wants equality of outcome. Marx argued against equality of outcome.
I mean, I kind of did. I mean, that video did say like, so everybody reaches the same outcome.
Kamala Harris in that video literally said, so we can all fight on an even playing field. Does that sound like equality of outcome or opportunity to you?
Well, I don't know. The part that I quoted kind of sounds like it backs up my argument, and the part you
want to look at the video together?
Backs up your argument.
Kamala Harris, equality of outcome video. There's a big difference between, yep, here we go. Hold on. I'm going to link it to you. It's 50 seconds, 6.4 million views on Twitter. Here we go. Linking it to you. I'm going to watch it quietly with my chat for 50 seconds, and I'll be right back.
So there's a big difference between equality and equity. Equality suggests, oh, everyone should get the same amount. The problem with that, not everybody's starting out from the same place. So if we're all getting the same amount, but you started out back there and I started out over here, we can get the same amount, but you're still gonna be that far back behind me. It's about giving people the resources and the support they need so that everyone can be on equal footing and then compete on equal footing. Equitable treatment means we all end up at the same place.
All right, we watched it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
I sent you a picture of the part that I have a contention with.
Yeah, the video literally shows the ground rising up underneath the black person as though their opportunity is being equaled. The argument Kamala Harris is making is that if you have equality of opportunity, you're going to get equality of outcome. Which I generally agree with, like vaguely. Obviously, there's individual variants, but yeah, if everyone's given the same access to schooling and housing and stuff like that, we're all going to be way more on par than we are right now.
This is one of the things that I find interesting, how we both can watch the same thing and come to different conclusions, because you've seen one thing, you've seen the visual of the ground raising up and you're like, this means quality of opportunity. And I seen the end part where it literally says equitable treatment means we all end up in the same place.
Yeah, but equitable treatment is equality of opportunity. The thing that's being advocated for in the video, the actual action, the thing that's being proposed, the policy, that's equality of opportunity. She's only saying it leads to equality of outcome, which is defensible. Don't you agree that if we all got equal access to schooling, it would lead to us being more equal in terms of our like general performance? Maybe if we had equal access to education and equal access to housing and food and all that crap, maybe the black-white IQ gap wouldn't be where it is right now. Like, there are outcomes that can be made more even because of the opportunity we start with.
I don't disagree with you, but I find it interesting how we both watched the same exact video, but yet we both came to completely different conclusions. Obviously, you'll say I'm wrong with my conclusion. Obviously, I will say you were wrong with your conclusion. But it's one of those things that I find intellectually interesting when I have these sorts of debates with people.
I just don't think there's anything in this video that's really worth getting upset about.
I never said I was upset about it. I just said the video pushed the quality of outcome, because it says right at the end.
Well, it says equality of outcome is desirable. Do you not believe that equality of outcome at least should be some sort of goal, in the sense at least that we all make it in life, we all like succeed together, like there's not a bunch of inequality in society?
I would say that it's an admirable goal, but the only way to reach it is to generally discriminate against a specific group.
What if we just increased equality of opportunity? Wouldn't that do a good job of making
that? Would be great. I'm full on fucking support of that. I love equality of opportunity, completely dislike equality of outcome.
But isn't that's what the video is pushing for? They said
I disagree. See, this is your interpretation of the video.
No, it advocated for competing on equal footing. That's literally
and I mean it literally
of equality.
I mean, yeah, it literally says at the end too that
you arrive at equality of outcome. That's at the end, only after the change has been made. The change was to the equality of opportunity.
You've seen a visual and assumed that's what the video meant. I'm going off of what the video actually says.
What? No. Oh my God. The video actually says equality of opportunity. It talks about equal footing. It talks about raising the bar so that we start at the same place. That's the change that was made. Okay, so let's break this down. This is media analysis, okay? So when the video starts, The two individuals, the white and the black one, are an uneven ground. They're not starting from the same position. This would be inequality of opportunity. And then a change is made. The change is what the video is advocating for. The change is what raises the footing of the black individual up equal to the footing of the white individual. Thus, the change the video is advocating for is an adjustment in the equality of opportunity. And then, after the equality of opportunity is achieved, they are able to compete on an equal playing field and they achieve equality of outcome. But that's only as a product of equality of opportunity being established, no?
I mean, I don't disagree that equality of outcome is worth, like, I'm trying to think of a way to say this. Equality of opportunity is a very, very good thing to strive for, but there's no way to get equality of outcome without actually discriminating against people.
The argument in the video is that we can get more equality of outcome if we have equality of opportunity.
See, but you have to assume that she means equality of opportunity, and I'm
willing to lean towards your argument.
Don't.
This is really...
Yes, you do. She doesn't literally say equality of opportunity, but she literally says equality of outcome.
You talk about bias and framing, but it's unfathomable to me how biased you would have to be to see this video as an indication that she wants to implement policies to enforce equality of outcome. Like, to me, that's an unfathomable reach. When the video literally shows and explains equality of opportunity.
Okay, that's interesting. The video doesn't actually literally say equality of opportunity, but it literally says equitable treatment means we all end up at the same place. It literally
as an
says
outcome, equitable treatment is equality of opportunity. That's literally what equitable
that's your assumption.
So, all right. So what other culture war things do I want to shove down your throat?
It's more like, it's just more or less a general forcing people to basically fit to you. Well,
what? But no, specifics, please specifics. Don't just like vaguely say like the woke mob wants to force you to do whatever.
I can't just gesture broadly then. I'm making a joke, but I get it.
I don't know. Are you? I don't know. No. There have been groups of people pushing for changes in public behavior for literally as long as human civilization has existed. This isn't anything new. The woke mob that you describe is identical in character to the abolitionists or the suffragettes or to the revolutionaries before them or to the absolutionists or to the Church of England Protestants. If you go back, there's always a group of people and they're angry about how society is and they're trying to change it. So I don't want like vague, there are woke mobs. Like how is you complain about the culture war. What are we doing to force our ideas down your throat? Like, what are we trying to change?
Well, one of the good ones, but I've seen you rail against this in the past, is how we're basically trying to teach kids woke progressivism in school. And you'll be like, well, what's bad about that, right?
Well, yeah, like what?
Well, do you think you have the right to, like, let's put aside the fact that I completely agree with you. If you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the other person is immoral, then yes, you would have a right to teach them your set of morals. We are in agreement on that point beyond just completely 100% agree with you on that point, just so we are clear. But I don't think that you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that your set of moral values is better than the conservative set of moral values. Therefore, I think that it is wrong.
What moral values are we? Wait. I don't know what moral values we're talking about. Who writes the textbooks? Right now, it's mostly done by like conservatives in Texas. Like I don't know. What are we talking about right now? What moral?
You think
values?
Every school everywhere uses the same textbook?
No, but most there's a company out of Texas. What is it called, chat? I know you know. There's like one really, really big company that manages a lot of the production of Pearson. Is it Pearson? Yeah. Oh wait, Pearson, Houghton. Okay, there are a couple of them, but they tend to be pretty milquetoast conservative. And it varies, of course, from school to school and from district to district and from grade level to grade level. But I think they have a lot of control over it. Usually the woke stuff you're referring to is discretion done on the part of teachers because there aren't textbooks for everything. For example, sex ed generally doesn't correspond to a textbook. biology textbooks usually have a section in them about the human body, but usually sex ed is handled kind of off the cuff in a decentralized way. We don't really have like a...
Here's a good one for you. Like, do you think it is morally okay to teach kids the whole gender spectrum and all of that fun stuff?
What gender spectrum?
What do you mean, what gender? You've never heard of it?
You mean like that there are men and women and those are socially ordained roles, but that they're not like inherently biologically true?
Well, I mean, I disagree with the second half of that, but the first half was on par.
Oh. Well, I mean, nothing that I just described, everything that I described is factually correct. So,
well, I know you would say that, but
no, I would be correct. Yeah. So they can teach that. I mean, yeah. I don't want the kids being taught lies. So yeah, I would want them to
I agree there. So you don't think that there is studies that are for your ideology and there's other studies on the other side against?
What studies are there that are anti my ideology here?
So you don't think there's anybody out there scientifically saying that, you know, men are men, women are women?
What are men are? Of course men are men. What else would men be? It's tautological. Rocks are rocks. You know, if you grind a rock down enough, it turns into sand.
That genders are social constructs? Wasn't that where you were going with?
Yeah, but gender is objectively a social construct. That's not like a scientific disagreement argument thing. That's just what it is.
And this is one of the main reasons that I think it's wrong to shove your beliefs down their throat.
We're not shoving any beliefs. It's literally just what the word means. It's just what the word means.
What?
That's what gender means. Sex refers to biological attributes, and then gender refers to social attributes that are assigned to sex or are correlated with sex. So, for example, the fact that men tend to wear suits, that's not biological. There's no biological reason why we had to wear the three-piece suit and why people with vaginas generally are the ones who wear flowy dresses. That's completely arbitrary. And there have been points in history where the reverse is the case or whatever. But we decide on it, we've set on it, and it seems to be really, really conventionally believed now. So the suit thing, the suit dress thing, that's gender, you know? But like, that's not biological. There's not a gene in my body that makes it so that I get like the shivers when I wear a dress. Unless it's cold outside, I guess, but.
I mean, I get it, but I've seen gender and sex used interchangeably, so I generally use them interchangeably too. What I'm more like, I've gone over much of the
Where do you see them used interchangeably?
On the left all the time. I mean, you can say that some people are using them wrong, sure, but I'm like I see them used interchangeably, and it's not.
Where on the
like
left are people using sex and gender interchangeably?
Gestures broadly.
Well, but
like I'm serious. Just
the
gestures
left is
broadly.
the group
there's
that
so many
tends to delineate this distinction really, really.
I know,
concretely.
and they do like. It's strange that, you know, maybe some of them are using it wrong. I don't know.
Like, what are they saying?
On their part.
Are they saying?
I'm
like,
just saying they use it interchangeably. Like I've not seen
this
it.
This is my gender penis or something. I like what are they doing
like,
to?
Like you know, today I'm identifying as a specific gender, or I'm changing gender identity, sex identity. I've seen it used that way, even though I'm pretty sure gender identity is the correct one.
You mean
and sex identity is wrong.
Like sexual identity, like who they're attracted to?
Well, that I know is different. That's, you know, you got bisexual, pansexual,
I guess
lesbian, gay.
I've just
blah,
been
blah,
in the left for a long time. I've never once seen anyone say I sex identify as a X. Now, I don't think I've ever seen that phrase used. But we're excuse me, we're a little off the beaten path. We were talking about education. I don't think teachers are telling kids that they can sex identify as one thing or another. So like, why?
I don't think they are either, but I think we're teaching, let's say, factually unfounded stuff to kids because they fit the current activism of wokeness.
Like
critical theory would be a good example.
We were talking about gender stuff, though.
I know. Well, technically, parts of gender being a social construct, or sex being a social construct, is part of critical theory. So
gender
is
it's not
entirely wrong for me to.
Well, technically, sex is a social construct as well, but that's like a whole other tier of.
Okay, so we're in agreement that I wasn't off base then, because it is
sure. But I thought we were
theory.
talking about like gender and sex stuff. But like, what are kids being taught about gender and sex that's harmful?
Well, I never said that it was harmful. I said I don't think people on the left have a right to shove their beliefs down somebody else's throat.
No, we don't. Wait. Again, stop using that term because it doesn't mean anything.
Okay, can you tell me please a different term to use that won't bother you?
I don't know what you mean. You mean like we shouldn't advocate our positions, or
no? I don't think you should codify your beliefs into law.
Wait, who determines? Wait, but you haven't even found. We've been talking about this for 30 minutes, and the first thing you finally settled on that you could find as an example for us codifying our belief into law is our school curriculum. But school curriculums aren't controlled by leftists. And now we're talking about gender and sex, but you haven't given an example for how that's bad. So, like, what are we talking about? Conservatives codify their beliefs into law all the time.
I didn't know I had to. Well, yeah, and I would have a problem if they did it too.
No, they do.
Like,
they do.
Wait. And they're just codifying their belief.
Who chooses school curriculums then?
I guess it would depend on the school you go to, wouldn't it? And the teacher you have in the school. I mean, it's kind of like an individual choice.
So what's the issue? The teachers are teaching their kids that trans people are valid or whatever. What's the issue? You keep saying the left shoving down their throat. What are we talking about here?
With what you just said, I don't have an issue with that. I don't like when factually untrue things are pretty much forced onto people. Like if the right was like, we want everybody to be religious, so we're going to force everybody to go to religious schools.
Wait,
I'd have a problem with that.
Wait, okay, so first of all, that's not forcing an idea on somebody. That's compelling a person to convert, which I think is a much, much more serious thing. But second of all, again, stop vaguely. Like, what is the left doing to push our ideology? You keep saying that with such conviction, but we've been running this down, and so far you haven't found like a single thing. The left is like trying to force.
I've gone over two things so far, both with gender and sex. Those ideas that aren't factually proven down. And then you also have basically anti-racism in general.
Wait. Okay, first of all, wait. Again, I said you can't vaguely gesture. There are always people trying to change the world. We're talking about policy. If you just said legislating morality, so let's talk about legislation. So you said nothing about gender and the gender teaching kids in school. You didn't even say you had a problem with it. So I don't know what the issue is there. Where is the left trying to legislate morality that you disagree with?
I didn't have a problem with the example you used. I have a problem with people teaching kids factually untrue things about the world.
Like what?
How many times do I have to repeat much of what comes in the whole gender and sex?
Like, no, what is incorrect?
Well, here we go. Because you have studies that are showing that it is factually true, and there are also studies that I can pull up that are showing that it is not factually true.
What is factually true?
Like, this is a gesture broadly, like the...
No, what? You can't do that, man. Dude, does it concern you that your political motivations, you can't even like elaborate what it is that motivates you?
You want me to point to a very, very specific thing when I don't know what you want to.
You're critiquing the invalidity of gender
theory,
ideology.
like multiple times.
No, but like what thing? What thing is false? Well, like, do you want me to run down premises and you can like I can remind you premises? Fine. Okay, here. So trans people are valid. Gender is a socially constructed spectrum.
Opinion.
Huh?
Opinion.
Of course, they're opinions. Do you think they're wrong? You realize? Wait. You realize the term?
I said I want.
Wait. You realize all people are created equal is an opinion, right? You realize the Declaration of Independence is an opinion, right? You realize the Constitution is full of legal opinions, right? Of course, it's opinion. We're talking about ethics. So, what here do you disagree with?
Well, then I would disagree with your ethics.
What is wrong with the ethics of trans people are valid?
Well, see, that's kind of the weird fallback, isn't it? Like saying like, oh, well, if you disagree with this, then you're saying trans people are not valid.
Well, what? Do you disagree with it?
Disagree with what?
I don't know. You're the one complaining about woke police controlling thought.
You keep misdirecting and going to these silly arguments like, are you suggesting trans people aren't valid?
What silly argument? What factually incorrect thing are they teaching in school with regards to sex and gender?
Well, if we go back to what we were just talking about, where you said blah, blah, blah is a social construct, and I said opinion. So that would be one of the factually untrue things that they're teaching.
Wait. Opinion doesn't mean it's factually untrue. Things which are in the realm of opinion remain opinion. All matters regarding legality and ethics and sociology are to some extent informed by the theories which are born of opinion. That doesn't make them incorrect. If your concern is just that they're an opinion, so is 95% of what you get taught in school. You think your textbooks are driven entirely by factual information?
No, but that's like one hell of a semantic argument you got there.
That's not semantic. Nothing that I just said is semantics. Semantics is when you argue over the definition of word. I specifically said I have a problem with teaching kids factually untrue things about the world. What is factually untrue? So wait, are you arguing?
Wait. Now we're going back to this again.
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. Can you teach kids things which are matters of opinion? Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you acknowledge that because a thing is an opinion does not mean it's factually incorrect?
I would say yes, but I am substituting opinion for something that isn't backed up by empirical data.
You can't back up everything with empirical data. What about you shouldn't murder people? That's an opinion. Now, you can argue about data surrounding murder, but at the end of the day, you have to make an ethical leap.
Okay, and I would say some of the things involved in that are ethically wrong.
Murder?
No. In teaching kids opinions that aren't backed up by evidence. Okay, specific opinions.
Okay, you can't. Oh, God. Stop bringing up evidence, okay? You keep jumping back and forth between opinion and evidence, okay? So you say it's morally wrong. So that's an opinion of yours, okay? So your opinion is that the opinions inherent to gender and sexual education to children nowadays, the woke shit, okay, is wrong. So in what way do you think it's unethical?
What I have a problem with is specifically, sorry, I've been up for a while, so this is like the worst I've done in the conversation. So I do apologize. Even though
it is a-okay, no worries, my friend.
There's a whole bunch of different problems that I have with that movement as a whole. Well, I wouldn't say movement. With that, I don't agree with calling it an academic field or study, but I do acknowledge that you have to. When you first start a new academic field, obviously everything you put out isn't going to be factually true because you're still like learning the field. People are still experimenting, progressing, and stuff like that. So I have no problem with that. I have a problem with basically, I see the arguments on the right just as strong as the arguments for the left against these sorts of issues.
Arguments?
Like against gender being a social construct.
What are the arguments?
The arguments from the right that I agree with, or
yes, what are your arguments against my beliefs?
Well, do you want to do whataboutism where we go back and forth on this, or would you like to get to the meta point?
No, I just want you. You've been gesturing at woke.
I know,
forcing their words in your throat for like an hour, but you are incapable of specifically referring to a thing you disagree with. Okay,
no, I am not. I think it is morally wrong to encourage you, or for you to encourage trans people to get hormone treatments and surgery as much as you do, and to downplay the severity of the downsides, because you say there's like barely any doctors out there that you would fuck this up, or to not. Or one of the things you said in your video about Elliot Page coming out was you specifically said you bet there are very, very few doctors or institutions that would not properly psychologically screen people to make sure that they were making the correct decision. Now, with that burden of proof, please let me finish here because I'm giving you a specific example like you asked. I would agree with you if the burden of proof was reached, like if everything you said in that video where you expect, psychiatric evaluations, blah, 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 before people permanently damage and alter their body. I think it is morally, just morally wrong in basically every way to encourage people, to the extent that the cultural left does, to have people permanently alter their body and not to properly inform them of the downsides that they could face. I think that is inhumane.
Okay, okay. Do you think adults should be able to do whatever they want with their body?
Obviously.
Okay, so we're talking about
I have no problem with the trans people doing that with their body. No problem whatsoever. It's their body. They control it, everything. I have a problem with the people that are encouraging them to do that to their body without also telling them
for young people or for adults?
For both.
But I thought adults can do whatever they want.
They can, but I have a problem with the people that are encouraging people to hurt themselves.
How are we encouraging them to hurt themselves?
Well, are you familiar with the Abigail Schreier lady that just wrote a book on the downsides of gender dysphoria, and her book was like taken off the shelves of multiple places?
I'm not familiar with Abigail Schreier.
I think that's her name. I could be wrong, but
irreversible damage, the transgender craze seducing our daughters. Oh yeah, I can understand a couple of reasons why this may have gotten taken off the shelves. This is a turf. Yeah, I think I've even covered her content before.
Well, it's nice that you can group her into something that you don't like. And
no, it's an accurate description of her position. Come on, don't get triggered by the language. It's an accurate description of her positions. I haven't actually read it myself. Everybody I've heard who's read it has spoken very negatively about it, not just in terms of its morality, but also the actual scientific rigor with which it pursues its arguments. But so wait. So wait, in what way do I downplay the harm done to your body?
What about Dr. Deborah So?
What?
Dr. Deborah So.
She's a fucking moron. Yeah, I've gone over a lot of her stuff. She's a fucking idiot. It's actually So is actually one of those people who makes me think that I shouldn't go back for my PhD because I've basically intellectually surpassed every conservative that I'll need to argue with who already has one. So like, it doesn't even matter to me, you know? Now, she's a fucking moron. I went over some of her segments when she talked with Joe Rogan. She just spurts out a bunch of what would the phrase be? Highly unscientific dogma. There's very little actual like academic justification to her positions.
And you don't think people would say that about your positions?
Well, they would be wrong. That's the difference.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, it's actually not in this case. I would defend my arguments with empirical evidence. That's the difference. Okay, I'm not as much of a postmodernist as you are. I do believe in empirical truth.
Yeah, so do I. But I'm saying, do you think they can't defend their opinions with evidence either?
Oh, no.
Or are you just dismissing their evidence as wrong?
No, they can't. Well, the evidence they provide is wrong.
That's disingenuous.
Sure. I mean, we're not arguing with her right now, but...
Well, I mean, if you agree that that is disingenuous, then I don't think you...
How is it disingenuous for me to disagree?
No, I'm saying I say it's disingenuous for her to say that she's providing no evidence and you just to discard the evidence that she does provide.
Well, I'm sorry, when I say evidence, I mean good evidence. Like, if she provided a rock and was like, this is evidence that trans people are bad, I would say you have no evidence. Then she'd go like, no, you do have evidence. She'd hold up the rock and I'd be like, well, okay, I meant like modern, relevant, pertinent evidence. Okay, look, so you say we downplay the harm done. What harm do I downplay?
You're encouraging people to permanently alter their body and change their body irreversibly in some cases.
How so?
And
there are a couple of things we're talking about. We have hormone blockers, which are typically given to adolescents or pre-adolescents to prevent or delay puberty to the point where they can make a decision about where they want to go forward gender-wise. We have hormone therapy, which is testosterone or estrogen, and it's given and they take it for a long, long time, and it feminizes or masculinizes a certain part of your body. And then we have top and bottom surgery, respectively, which actually makes direct physical alterations to your body. So of the three here, what are we talking about?
All.
Okay, so we can break this down one by one. So in what way am I don't think I've ever encouraged people to get like bottom surgery on this channel. If you want to, like you can, that is a big commitment, and there are absolutely risks involved. I think I've even been clear. Chat, haven't I been clear in the past that bottom surgery, like surgical elements of transition, while not invalid, are like they can convey a risk? Okay, chat's reminded me I have, because surgery is risky, and this is like a developing science. So we can ignore that with HRT and testosterone. Do you think I've been irresponsible in encouraging people to get like hormone therapy?
I don't know enough about your positions in particular to say that, but I would say the woke movement as a whole, and well, actually more so the liberals. The liberals seem to be the ones that are encouraging this sort of stuff more so than the woke movement. But I would say, I think people are looking for the next civil rights argument, and they're encouraging people to, like, I've almost never heard anybody on the right, like you criticize, I've seen the video on your channel of you criticizing Steven Crowder, and even he's never said anything as extreme as trans people don't have the right to exist. He's just encouraged people to be more cautious.
They don't see. Nobody says that. Of course, you don't have to go on YouTube and say I think trans people should be lined up against the wall and shot to be a transphobe. Steven Crowder is really, really transphobe. Do we need to get in the grill on that one? He literally, like, all his videos on trans people are just making fun of them for being gross. Like, most of his videos on trans people don't even get into the substantive arguments behind it. He's mostly just mocking them.
Well, he's definitely got into substantial arguments behind it, because I make it a point to watch everybody's videos that I disagree with.
I've seen his videos too, man. Sometimes he throws up studies on the screen for like a quarter second so that you can't actually read them, and they're not even about the thing he's talking about. I remember that one. I saw that one early on my channel. He flashed something on the screen, and it was about like it was some completely irrelevant study with regards to trans people. It had nothing to do with what he was talking about. But I mean, I guess I haven't seen all of his videos on trans people. Maybe he makes a couple of good arguments. I haven't seen all of them. So what harm do you think is being done? Do you think people are like being too ready in pursuing gender transition or whatever?
Basically, I think we are, like I said, I think people are looking so much for the next civil rights movement, and they're kind of doing it with Black Lives Matter, that we are encouraging people to make decisions that they wouldn't otherwise make. Like,
do you really think there are people who are going to psychiatric evaluation and doing years of therapy so they can spend a bunch of money and radically change their life because they're being peer pressured into being like girls?
Yeah. Haven't you ever seen anybody like fucking start lifting weights because they're being peer pressured for being weak?
Yeah, the difference
like,
is
it definitely does happen.
The difference is so there are a bunch of differences here. First of all, you can just start lifting weights, whereas transitioning is like a life-altering process that will radically change every element of your social. Right. So it's much easier to just start lifting weights. Additionally, people get bullied for being like weak. People don't really get bullied for being like guys. Like, haha, you're a guy. You'd be better as a girl, you little guy. Well, I mean, maybe some parts of the world. I didn't experience that.
Do you think men are targeted specifically because they're men though?
In what way?
Bullies aren't, like, if a bully is at a high school, he's not going to go up to a girl and push her against the locker and be like, fuck you, bitch. He's going to do it to a guy.
You should talk to some girls. Dude, guy bullies bully guys. Girl bullies bully girls. Girl bullies are vicious to girls.
Girl bullies are usually more reputationally vicious than they are physically vicious. Men bullies are usually more physical versus, but this is, it's...
Yeah, but what do we mean about, like, trans people or whatever? Like where are we...
Well, I was bringing up because we can go back to the trans argument since we got off on a little tangent there. But
like people, I really don't think people are getting peer pressured to transitioning. You know,
you don't think it's a cultural fad right now for people to be trans and to transition into...
Do you think it was a cultural fad for people to engage in miscegenation back in the 1960s? Like, for example, back in the 1960s, say 68, would you feel comfortable going up to a black and white couple and thinking, they're only doing it because of the fad. We need to tone down how much we're pushing this culturally?
Well, I think that is, are they permanently damaging their body to be in an interracial couple?
In the 1960s, there are severe social consequences to miscegenation.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. They're not damaging their bodies, but there are some severe down the line consequences, and
I don't disagree.
Some of them black guys, by the way, there were consequences to their body because all the fucking white folk that chased them down after.
I think that is a very bad comparison, and I've also seen you compare trans people right now to gay people in the past, and I think that is an also disingenuous comparison because gay people in the past permanently altered their body.
How is my comparison there not valid?
Because what does an interracial couple have to do with the trans person today?
Because in both cases, you're arguing that a recent surgence of something that is a product of civil rights development is a fad and that it's dangerous and shouldn't be undertaken so lightly.
I wouldn't exactly say this is a civil rights development. I would say that it more so is a cultural fad than a civil rights.
Trans rights are unquestionably civil rights. They meet every conceivable definition of a civil rights fight. We've argued over the validity as individuals, the extent to which they're being targeted and harassed as minorities, their legal rights. This is unquestionably a civil rights issue. It's probably not as big in civilization sweeping as like the civil rights movement, but I think to say it's not a civil rights movement like in like capital C, lowercase c, lowercase r, I think that's pretty incorrect. I think it's definitely a civil rights argument.
I mean, I don't inherently disagree that it is a civil rights argument, but I think it's misframed as a, I'm trying to think of how to put it. I don't think it's at all the same thing as what you compare it to, as in being gay back like 50, 60 years ago. I think it's a completely different thing. And I think encouraging people, like, if gay, like I did research about this because I like double checking my own opinions to see if they have any merit. So I Googled prior to us talking, because this thought actually popped into my head, whether or not or how prevalent conversion therapy was towards gay people back in the day, because that conversion therapy could be argued to be a physical alteration of a person's body. I
the
think
difference is that
right?
Conversion therapy for gay people has only ever been to their detriment, whereas transitioning for trans people is to their benefit. So it's kind of like the opposite.
Well, in some degree, like almost every video you put out about trans people, I scroll through the comments and I find at least 3 or 4 comments saying like, I transitioned to the opposite sex and then I realized it wasn't for me and I transitioned back.
I think you're lying to me right now. I don't think that's the case. There's actually data on how frequent detransitioning is. It's not very frequent at all. That's because we have very strict legal and medical requirements before people are given the medical go-ahead to transition.
And you think those requirements are always upheld in every single situation?
There's no such thing as, it's never perfect. It's never perfect.
Of course.
But the existing system that we have seems to produce very few regretful people.
I would say that is a bias in your sample size. Well, I do, but all of the evidence you said is stupid and not evidence. You compared it to a rock, so...
Wait, do you have a study that indicates there's a significant number of detransitioning people? If you do, I want to look at it. I mean, I want to be right, so...
hold on, I was looking at something the other day, but I can't remember what the fuck I Googled to find it. I think that might be it. The 2 people that you completely threw their arguments out the window, they are the people that would, like, I'm 100% sure her book and probably anything Dr. Devereux has done has also.
Yeah, I've gone through some of the evidence. They're usually wrong. Like, it's just bad studies.
Yeah.
Hold on. I can say that with confidence. I have a sociology degree. Statistical analysis and multivariate regressive analysis were literally things that I were taught on and tested on. So I'm very capable of looking through a study and determining whether or not that study was conducted in a valid way. Obviously, I can only do this with sociological studies. I can't do this with, like, a physics study or whatever, but I can absolutely do this with the types of studies they go through. Very often these people rely on incredibly shoddy anecdotal studies which derive information from people who aren't even transgender. They conflate different variables or different groups of people. There's a particularly bad study which I'm aware of which asserts that 75% of people who experience gender dysphoria end up later being cisgender, which is of course complete nonsense. It was more along the lines of, if you took a look at every little boy who's ever worn a dress or worn lipstick, of them, how many people end up actually being trans? 25% is a pretty shocking number of that, by the way. But they do these studies all the time. It's very easy to go through, very easy to debunk. But if you have a new one for me, I'm happy to look at it.
Well, I mean, this is one of the reasons that I always gesture broadly, because if we argue about individual specifics like this, you're going to say my evidence is shit. I'm going to say your evidence is shit. And what does that actually accomplish?
Postmodernist flair coming out again. I can make arguments for why I believe your evidence is shit. If you provide, and I can make arguments
for why I believe your evidence is shit.
Do you? Wait, if I gave you studies on how infrequent detransitioning is, do you have the academic background necessary?
You don't need an academic background in order to figure it out. Improper framing.
Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it helps. Yes,
I would agree. But you, like, being accredited doesn't mean that much to me. I mean, in some degrees, in some respects, yes. But being accredited in terms of overall intellectual capacity doesn't mean much to me.
Well, then I look forward to any evidence you can provide down the line. So how would you deal with trans people? Say, excuse me, say you control society. You could call the shots. What would you do with trans people? Like, how would you handle? What age can they start doing what? How encouraged should X be? What are you in favor of?
Well, this is kind of a easy way for you to poke holes in all of the things I believe, but setting me up for it a little bit. But I I would say almost everything we are doing now is okay in my book. The main thing that I have a problem, except for specifically transitioning kids, I have contentions with individual cases as far as transitioning kids go, and I also have issues with how individual cases were handled. Like dad didn't want to transition, mom did, so they took kid away from dad. And I know you'll probably be like, oh, I know there's one specific thing, and there's all
I'm
bullshit,
familiar
blah, blah,
with
blah.
that exact thing, and that dad was a piece of shit.
See,
yeah, that was
this is-
covered in a Blair
yeah.
White video. Yeah, I know. Now, that's not ground you want to defend.
I'm sure there's more than one individual case, but sure. I have a problem with these sorts of specific things. I think people are encouraging trans people for their own political clout, for example. I think
You just said you don't have a problem with how things are handled generally. So once again, rather than policy, you're going to fall back to some nebulous woke boogeyman who's harming the world, except you can't think of any specific reasons why or consequences or...
Well, you kind of interrupted me while I was talking, so... And I did give you specific reasons why. I don't like encouraging people to harm themselves without the actual evidence being in. You claim you have the evidence, and I dispute it.
Wait,
That's
I thought, I haven't provided any
abstract
evidence
problem.
for you to dispute. Wait, you keep saying, you just...
I gave you two
You
doctors.
just said the way we handle this is fine.
I said generally.
Yeah, so
And
what
then I
specific
started
parts?
Okay, well, if you would have let me finish, I would have told you. Like, I agree with most of it, but that does not mean all. Big difference there. So, I have a problem with specifically how we handle the transitioning of kids.
Okay, what about it do you want to change?
We should be a lot more fucking careful with it, and we shouldn't be as culturally aggressive for people to transition. And also,
How careful? What specific legal or medical policies do you think would be preferable? Because we already have extremely stringent protections of children when it comes to medical stuff like this.
I'm aware. And despite that, it's still happening.
What
People
is?
are still getting transitioned and regretting it later. And
How many?
They're doing... Don't you think this is a little pedantic?
No, I think it's actually really important when we're talking about policies that affect millions of people to be specific about the amount of harm being done.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
And you've completely discredited, like you've just thrown out all the evidence I've given you.
You haven't provided any evidence. I just asked you a question. I just asked you a question.
Dr. Deborah So.
Citing a person isn't evidence. You haven't provided evidence.
Okay.
So wait, what changes would you make with the kids?
Do you think they haven't...
What changes? No rhetorical questions. What changes would you want to make? How many years do you think a child should have to go through pediatric therapy before they can be prescribed hormone blockers? How many years after taking hormone blockers do you think it's acceptable for them to be prescribed hormone
Are you
therapy?
going to be happy with an I don't know answer?
Do you think there's like a lever we can push or pull in a given direction that you would prefer?
Yeah, less.
You want less time?
No, I want us to encourage it less.
But what do you mean encourage? What does that mean? Doctors aren't encouraging it. So just so you know, doctors don't find like little pediatricians don't get like little 11-year-old boys in their office and they're like, don't you think it'd be more fun to be a girl, little boy, or something like that? I don't know what you mean by pressuring. We're talking about policy. So what policy?
You don't think you're pressuring people to transition?
Kids?
I don't know. You fucking tell me.
No. I mean, I think that if you're young and if you demonstrate psychological issues that correspond to gender dysphoria and you have a therapist and you spend years with that therapist and that time leads you to collectively believe, with the consent of a doctor, that it might be advantageous to prescribe hormone blockers so you have more time to avoid puberty and then maybe you can get prescribed hormones down the line, I think that's defensible. But but that's medical procedure. That's medical procedure. That's not my political belief.
And let me ask you this: considering the fact that people on the right, I know you don't really care much about what they have to say, but considering the fact that some of this evidence, as far as gender dysphoria and all of that goes, is disputed, do you think we should wait as a society until we know more about all of this before we start?
What evidence about gender dysphoria is disputed? The belief that transitioning is the proper treatment to gender dysphoria is considered medical practice across the world. Like, this isn't woke PC people. This is medical consensus. This is known. Like, if you picked up a textbook, like it would have what I'm telling you in it. I'm not giving you like the
More
activist
modern
approach.
textbooks, yes. And
Yes.
technically it is the activist approach.
I'm sorry.
But I said technically it kind of is the activist approach.
How?
Because you completely threw out all counter evidence to your claim.
No, come on. You're a conspiracy theorist, dude. You're arguing against modern scientific plurality.
No, I'm not. I'm saying there are studies on both sides that say
you keep saying.
counter things.
Listen, hold on, please. You keep saying all studies, like you're an enlightened centrist, and these all mean the same. Maybe this is your postmodernist bent, okay? Your studies are worthless. First of all, quit bringing them up in this convo. You haven't given me any studies to look at. So in the context of this conversation, nothing has been debunked because you haven't provided anything. We're having a conversation. You keep saying that I throw out your evidence. You haven't given me any to throw out. So stop talking about it in the context of this conversation. Broadly speaking, the reason why the medical consensus on this issue is what I'm describing is not because of an elite group of SJWs pulling the strings. It's because there is an overwhelming amount of evidence defending the positions that I have. I mean, I don't know, do you like go through a dozen or 24 studies? I know that if I brought you the best, most verified meta-analyses in the world, you would still bring up Dr. Deborah So. I know that you just don't believe in the belief that there is certain evidence which is better than other evidence, okay? And I don't think you know enough about the subject to distinguish between the two. So I'm asking you why you believe woke people are shoving shit down your throat when everything I and other leftists advocate for is in line with the medical consensus.
Because it is your opinion that what your beliefs are in line with the medical consensus.
No, it's not. They're in the books. Yes, you can look in the DSM-5. It's all there.
Yeah. In the DSM-5, it actually says that gender dysphoria is a mental illness. So
yes,
I think we should probably, based on that, we should approach it a lot more carefully.
It is. And it's treated by transition.
That's not the only treatment option, but
what are the other ones?
That's like saying
wait, I'm sorry, have you read the DSM-5? What are the other ones?
I don't recall it off the top of my head.
Really?
I was just
Here, let me Google treatment for gender dysphoria.
And even if it did say that, I would say that's a bit of a like hyperbolic. Like the only way to treat gender dysphoria is to transition.
Medical treatment of gender dysphoria may include hormone therapy, such as feminizing hormone therapy or masculinizing hormone therapy, surgery, such as masculinizing or feminizing surgery, internal, external genitalia, facial features, and body contouring, otherwise known as transitioning. What is gender dysphoria? From the American Psychiatric Association, the treatment for it is transitioning. Okay, social affirmation, legal affirmation, medical affirmation, i.e. pubertal suppression, gender-affirming hormone. Let me see how many medical organizations I can go down through before I find one that agrees with your perspective.
You're proving your point wrong.
How?
Because you said that the only way to the only treatment for it was transitioning, and you just listed like 5 different treatment options.
The only medical treatment for it is transitioning. Obviously, social
aren't medical.
Hormone blockers are medical. But social, wait. Social transitioning is still transitioning.
Okay.
So transitioning, yeah.
Well, that's a technicality, but sure.
No, it's transitioning. That's what you do. All the doctors agree on this.
I'm agreeing with you. But your original argument was the only treatment was to transition. You just gave me
everything I just described. What did I just describe that's not transitioning?
What do you mean, what did you just describe that was on transitioning?
What did I just say that wasn't transitioning?
Huh?
Everything that I just described was transitioning.
Social affirmation is not.
That's social transitioning. Here, we can Google. Social transitioning trans people. This is getting people to call you by your preferred pronouns, name, how you present, that sort of thing. There are 2 different types of transition: social transition and medical transition. Social transition may include coming out to your friends and family as transgender, so on and so forth. Medical transition, we've already talked about that. This is just medical consensus.
I mean, it kind
why is this bad? I mean, like, you have such a strong
consensus,
opinion.
But it's not all the medical consensus.
No, of course, there's Dr. Deborah So. I know.
No,
but how
I don't even think she's made a study.
What?
I don't even think Dr. Deborah So has made a study, has she?
So wait, hold on. There is like a broken lever in your brain. You can't possibly believe that you can just ignore reality because there's one naysayer. Do you believe in climate change?
Obviously.
Why? There are doctors who say it's not real.
So
why?
Are you this dumb?
I have multiple studies from climate deniers. Some of them were even fired for publishing their arguments. Why?
Why what?
Why do you believe that why are you a globe head too?
The evidence is obviously better for global warming.
So wait, wait. So you're saying that dozens of official institutions employing thousands of professionals producing study after study after study might be a good way of understanding complex geological, meteorological, and perhaps medical problems.
If you go back and listen to this video, I've never disagreed with you about that.
Okay. So shouldn't we listen to the experts when it comes to the treatment of trans children?
Sure, if they were all in agreement.
What do you mean all in agreement? We're not all in agreement on climate change.
I know.
So so wait, should we not do anything about climate change because we're not all in agreement?
Nope.
What?
No.
No what?
No, we shouldn't do anything about climate. We should not do anything about climate change.
So we should do something.
Yes.
Why? There are people who disagree with the official narrative.
Do you not understand that?
I don't understand a fucking thing right now, man. You're going to have to help me. You're saying that we shouldn't believe the doctors or implement policies based on their beliefs because there are people who disagree, but you don't hold that belief true to climate change. I genuinely don't think you have like a consistent internal thought process. I think you've just been told what things to care about and you post hoc justify it. Like, you're a nice guy. I enjoy talking to you, but it's really obvious you don't have a consistent system for determining what you believe.
You know, that's if I can, like, it's interesting that you would say that because I think the same thing about people who claim to be leftist and vote for the establishment.
Oh God, it's folding in. The walls, they're closing in. Are you a troll?
I mean, like, no, I'm not. I'm confronting you in the most intellectually honest way that I know how, but I think you are a very intellectually dishonest person.
Okay, wait. A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that to me, but I usually find they're not able to substantiate those arguments. So run this through. So you don't believe we should implement policies based off the consensus of doctoral opinions because some disagree, but you do believe we should work on climate change because of the consensus of meteorological opinions in spite of the fact that other people disagree. Do I have that correct?
Wouldn't you say some evidence is better than other evidence?
I would readily say that. So you're arguing that the minority of fringe skeptics who have published information criticizing trans people outweighs the overwhelming doctoral evidence produced by organizations across the planet.
No, I mean, gender dysphoria has only been like the person who discovered gender dysphoria, John Money, or the person who first originally started doing studies about it, that was not even very long ago. And there's not even that much information out there about trans as a whole. Plenty of information.
Wait, so you just think that you're educated enough to be the arbiter on how valid the plurality? So wait, why do you think all the doctors and all these medical organizations adopted these practices then? Like, do you just think you're like smarter than all of them? Or like they're just very unskeptical? Like that's what medical organizations are known for, you know? They adapt immediately and they love change. That's how big institutional progress happens.
I would say that I think people can be wrong about certain things, and I think that social pressures can push them to make the wrong decisions. And I also think that a small amount of evidence on a topic that we generally don't know much about is not proof of, you know, that side actually being correct. That would be my contention with the trans argument as far as evidence goes.
Do you believe in a flat earth?
Are you asking me seriously?
Can I red pill you in the flat earth? I feel like with 5 minutes, I could red pill you in the flat earth.
What do you mean red pill me?
Red pill, I think I can convince you. Do you think it's interesting that there are no direct flights that run from Brazil to Australia? They actually have to run around the long way, almost as though the world was flattened onto a grid and everything in the map.
What is that one thing you do? Have you heard of Alden something or other?
Well, what I'm describing... Oh, wait. You haven't heard of this? Hey, did you know that there have been... I'm not joking. Since the 1980s, 16 pilots. They've worked with Delta, United Airlines, even Saudi Air. who have gone missing after they've claimed that their flight paths were consistently deviating from ones consistent with the patterns of around Earth. That's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that?
Yeah, I think people can lie and bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes even institutions can lie and bullshit, you know.
Indeed,
like
they can. And they can make studies that push their lies and bullshit, as well as press releases, as well as everything else.
All right. Well, do you have any final memes you wanna hit us up with?
Well, the one thing that I like, since you said my beliefs aren't internally consistent, which I'm sure I do have some beliefs that are not internally consistent. I'm sure we all do. I always, one of the things I like most about conversations like this is when people point out things that I am not internally consistent about. And sadly, I don't think you pointed out many of them today. I think you've mostly given me semantic arguments. And, you know, this is what I wanted to talk to you about, because I find it interesting that people disagree so much on the evidence that they're actually presented. And I was wondering if I would be able to sway you at all in, like, maybe do you think that the people you disagree with think the same about your evidence that you think about their evidence?
Why would I care what people I disagree with?
That is completely acceptable too. But the difference is the people that are on the right aren't really trying to codify into law things that force you to do what they believe.
They are literally trying to make illegal abortion. They are trying. Donald Trump put 10 years if you deface a statue. Barr was looking into sedition. Barr was looking into sedition laws for BLM protesters. These are incredible violations of our constitutional rights, which go literally leagues beyond anything you've managed to blubber out in the past 3 hours. These are real threats to our real constitutional rights, real impositions to our First Amendment rights being implemented or proposed by the highest people in power. And that, to you, is not legislating morality, but doctors doing the things that are standard of care that have been established through literally hundreds of studies. That's actually the woke mob forcing morality on me.
The abortion thing is definitely legislating morality. I don't think that somebody, you know, saying that the Black Lives Matter movement is un-American is essentially trying to shove his beliefs down anybody's throat.
He's the president. What do you think shoving beliefs down somebody's throat means? Legislating morality?
Forcing somebody to basically do what you want them to do.
So legislating morality. You mean legislation?
I mean, yeah, basically. I mean, anything that the government anything that at the end of the day the government is going to have to enforce.
You mean Barr and sedition? You mean Donald Trump sending federal troops into Portland against the wishes of both the mayor and the governor? You mean Donald Trump saying that people who burn the flag should be deported?
Wait, what is the sedition? It's
because I know where you get your news from. You can Google it if you want. Look,
well, I did Google the word sedition.
It's okay. I know you. I understand that your political opinions have been informed 100% by the fear of the woke mob and 0% by any actual empirical things that are happening in reality. Look, okay, I appreciate you coming on. You've actually talked with me quite a bit longer than I expected you to, and I genuinely appreciate that, and I did enjoy the conversation. But I am being so incredibly sincere when I say that you... Oh yeah, what about the 1776 Project? One of Trump's 2020 campaign goals is literally to force a patriotic education to citizenry. That's literally Nazi shit. Like federal authority implementing pro-government...
Absolutely agree.
Oh, but I know. It's absolutely agreed.
But also doing the same thing.
We need him
whataboutism
to defend against the woke mob. I know. Look,
I don't think it's to defend. I think it's just bullshit that he's doing it. I don't think it's to defend against the woke mob.
It's literally leagues of magnitude worse than anything any Democrat has tried to do in like the past 40 years. I'd argue. This would even worse than the crime bill. Like for domestic policy, forcing education standards that are highly nationalist and highly politically weighted, that is the bedrock of a fascist government. That is literally step one. You make sure the next generation grows up in lockstep with you. That is incredibly dangerous. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting through. Okay, I appreciate you coming on. Please, please, please re-examine some of your priors here, okay? Because I feel like this country is literally fucking doomed if people like you can vote, okay? So please, please, God.
Can I ask, or can I say one thing?
Sure.
Like my closing argument or closing speech, whatever you would like to call it.
Go for it.
I specifically came here today to debate with you about not about any individual specific thing, as you can obviously tell, since I was completely unprepared to do that, and I offered you almost no evidence to back up any of my claims. Agreement there. I specifically came in to talk to you about specifically what Tim's argument against the woke mob is almost essentially the same as mine, which is I don't like the idea of people forcing their opinions / beliefs down other people's throats. And I know you'll say that's unfounded. You're scared of the woke mob, blah, blah, blah. You have no actual blah, 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 any argument. If I wanted to argue about specifics, I have with many people, and it's back and forth, and it accomplishes literally nothing. Just literally nothing. It's whataboutism back and forth. Like, Republicans do this that's racist and fucked up. Democrats do this that's racist and fucked up. Well, this side's fucked up, that side's it's just I really don't see what that actually accomplishes. But specifically as a libertarian, and since you call yourself a libertarian too, I figured you would have some sort of moral issue with forcing things that can't be factually proven down other people's throats.
That's
of course inflammatory language.
Wait, law is literally codifying morality. So you
and we specifically, like, that's why I'm progressive on a lot of issues, because I disagree with Republicans on many, many issues, marijuana being one of them. And that's why I said policy-based arguments I would agree with you about on 90% of them. But I am really, really against this opinionated bullshit and shoving it down the other side's throat and cudgeling them over the head.
Stop using that throat. It doesn't mean it. Or I use those words. It doesn't mean anything. You're gonna get me with it too, shoving when the mailman shoves his opinions down my throat when he says Happy Holidays instead of Merry Christmas. What? I don't know what you mean.
I mean, forcing other people to do what you want them to do.
Forcing, like through law. If that's the case, just say policy. But you weren't able to bring up any policy. You didn't have a problem with what the schools were doing, and then you didn't even have a problem with what the doctors are doing. We did it for 2 hours, and you couldn't think of any example of legislative morality, but you shove aside examples of Republicans doing it. We lead through these topics, and over. Your problem is like this nebulous, people are being too culturally woke about it. We obviously aren't much of a threat to you. We are clearly not in as much of a disagreement as you think we are, if you are so inept at finding examples of the threat we pose to your way of life.
I'm not inept. I just told you I don't see what it actually accomplishes to go through examples one by one, especially when I bring up an example and you're like, I went through their shit. They're just retarded. And then you just completely throw the person's arguments away.
You didn't bring up their arguments. You just brought up their name.
Yeah. And do you think it would have mattered if I brought up their arguments?
I could explain to you why their arguments are bad.
Why do you think I care about your opinion of why they're retarded?
Because it's not an opinion. I could give you arguments.
Okay.
I wouldn't just say it. Wait. Do you know the difference between saying an opinion and substantiating?
Obviously, I do. Okay. Why do you always consider your opponents arguing in bad faith?
I don't think you're arguing in bad faith. I just don't know if our cognitive. I think our chakras aren't aligned. Okay, look.
Yeah, I know you think conservatives are subhuman. So.
Well. I think they're wrong, and I think they either have to be stupid or malicious. So, I mean...
Well, if you don't think they think the same thing about you, and of course I don't care what they think.
The point of my channel is to substantiate my beliefs. I wouldn't just say it. I make the arguments. The only reason I'm cocky enough to make arguments like that, the only reason I'm arrogant enough to say stuff like conservatives are all dumb fucks, is because I've spent literally thousands of hours on this channel going through their arguments, and they're dog shit. Like, I would only do that if I felt confident that I could defend my positions, and I would.
Actually, in the distributionism argument, you remember that guy?
Who?
Distributionism. I'm
the distributionist?
Completely slurring the word for some reason. But,
the distributionist? Yeah, that guy's a white nationalist. Some logs leaked of that guy. He was fucking crazy.
One of the things you did in the argument with him is you asked him if he agreed with egalitarianism, and he said, no, I don't believe in egalitarianism, which is a somewhat dumb thing to say to begin with. But you asked him if you think you should shoot for, that sort of outcome. And he said, of course we should shoot, we should shoot for making things more equal. But you eventually pinned him down to a straw man version of, because he originally said
he wasn't
for...
the specifics of an argument I had 2 years ago. I mean, I don't remember.
I understand. I'm just bear with me for like 2 minutes. Less than that, 30, 45 seconds. Sorry. you defined egalitarian for him in your own way. And because he originally said that he doesn't believe that we can reach that height of egalitarianism, aka making everything equal, you basically ascribe the motive to him that he didn't believe in egalitarianism at all in any way, and that would mean that he was, you know, a terrible person because he didn't believe in making the world more equal, which I would basically agree. If he did say that, that would be a terrible thing to say, because why wouldn't you want to make the world more equal? That's just obvious to me, and I'm sure obvious to you too. But I've seen that in that argument with him and a few other arguments you've done where you basically just you ascribe a motive to them, then you attack that motive, which is a version of straw man arguing. And with me, you did reduction to absurdity multiple times. You straw man my points multiple times, and you also what's the other one?
I don't think you know these fallacies well enough to accuse me of using them.
Well, there's another one that you probably do to dehumanize the opponent, or just to assume that they know nothing compared to you. But
I mean, if your general criticism is that I'm arrogant, my only response to that could be, if conservatives could give me a reason not to be, I would be, then that would change. But yeah,
well, not unknowledgeable, because you clearly are very, very intelligent. I would give you that. I would say that you are disingenuous in the way that you argue.
I try my best. Okay. I think I said final meme 10 minutes ago, so we have to wrap it up.
That's fine.
Okay. I love you, buddy. I hope you know that.
Well, thank you. It was a pleasure talking to you.
You live in the US, right?
Yes. Okay. I'm on the other side of the continent as you. I'm in New Jersey.
You're in New Jersey? Oh, thank God. Yes. Okay. Your votes don't count then. Oh, okay. Listen, I love you. Well, be well, okay? Cool,
but yes.
All right. Stay strong.
See ya, dude.
Bye. Oh, God. That is the... I'm sweating over it. That's the rhetorical equivalent of running a marathon. Holy shit. Oh, my God. That went on so long, I forgot I had a cough. Holy fuck. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I feel like I have to towel off or something. Yeah, that went, oh God. This is the problem that I have, you know? You can do all the arguments in the world. At the end of the day, some people... I don't even think that guy was... I actually genuinely don't think that guy was stupid. I just don't think that guy has developed the mental... the faculties, or like the cognitive processes to distinguish reality from not. But I have no idea. I have no idea. I genuinely don't. But I appreciate that he spoke with me. You know, because... fuck. Yeah, I should have gotten him on the flat earth. Hold on. I find it interesting you never platform conservatives or centrists who have a chance of debating you at debate. Dude, I take all cut. What do you mean? The conservatives on YouTube don't talk to me anymore because they're fucking terrified of me. Pussies like Sargon and Styx Hexenhammer literally made videos about how they... Do you know how embarrassing that is? I would never... I can't even fathom. Maybe it's my masculine pride. I could never fathom making a video saying I would never debate this one guy because he's mean and he makes money from his videos. I couldn't fathom that. But hey, some people, you know, what are you gonna do? Oh, man. That was a conversation and a half. My God. I have to go towel off or something. Jesus. And wait, in all seriousness though, fuck, what could I have done better there? Let me think. I feel like I was really civil for the first 2 hours of that. I feel like I made a really good effort at being civil for a little while. Be more aggro? I don't think being more aggro would have helped at all. Also, that guy was actually remarkably well behaved, like civility-wise. Man. Keep asking for definitions. Well, that's the one thing that I have difficulty with, or that it's really, really hard to keep on. It's that those conversations can meander in circle for hours. They can go on forever. You usually have to fix on one point. Premise, conclusion. It'd be really difficult to get there, but I feel like I wasn't even able to. I don't know. Hold on. Be right back. Oh, and if you're enjoying the stream, you should consider subscribing. That felt like it was the good old days, you know? How long has it been since we've had a conversation like that? We went over all the good points too. Went over BLM, we went over like trans stuff. That was like the whole, you know? Yeah, it was nostalgic content. Fuck me, dude. The camera shakes so much. Why is it shaking so goddamn much? Is the thingy, the clamp not? Oh, the clamp fell in. See, the problem with this fucking desk is that because it's hard plastic, the clamp digs into it, and eventually the damn thing buckles. All right, get over it. Hey,
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh, viewers plenty.
But we got a real desk, so don't shake us, we're fragile. Ah, you guys are cute. What are we talking about? Yo. Oh, God. What a marathon, huh? Whew. All right. Well. No baby, sorry. Oh, maybe baby. Oh, we got one. We have a disgusting rat-like. What? 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 No, what? No, stop. Just hold. There you go. Limp.
He's so tired.
Ugly. Feet. Yeah? You want to take a shot at me? Ooh.
Dingus.
Dingus. She's so fucking strong.
You let her chill.
No, not having this fucking wild card running around. Jesus.
Come here, bitches.
Little fucking rat pig. All right, you skedaddle. Let me run through a couple of donations. We still have some from yesterday to go through. Not yesterday, 4 days ago. Is my cough gonna survive? God damn it. Okay, thing's still open. Oh, God. This turmoil, this pain. We got a throat lozenge.
Did you take the Dayquil?
Yeah, I did. I think it helped a little bit. I hope everyone likes the lights, by the way. Again, it's not perfect, color balancing necessary, blah, blah, but I think it's nice. I think, you know, it's not hard on the eyes, right? I mean, can I should be able to make them, like, wiggle. Or, like, green is weird. What about that? Feels like that clashes too much with my shirt. Yeah, it's very bright. I need to lower the lights a little bit. Let's go for a moody. Do red. Well, unfortunately, because of the green balancing, it comes off orange. Doesn't look bad, though. Yeah, that contrasts pretty well with my shirt. Yeah, we'll keep that for a bit. It also makes my face look less red because the background's doing the work for me. Oh, God. You know, I listened to my first Billie Eilish song the other day, if you can believe it. I don't really pay much attention to music, but I mean, I did the video on Billie Eilish. The Bad Guy? Yeah, the Bad Guy song. I liked it. The do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. What a bop. Pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm glad you all know the do-do-do. Shu and Natalie didn't shame you enough. Ah, fuck off. I can suck my dick. All you can suck my dick. Okay? I'm happy with who I am. A motherfucker who listens to anime music, okay? Okay. Kinky Astronaut, thank you so much for the 4 gifted tier 4 subs. Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, 4 gifted tier 4. For the gifted subs. I still don't know. I'm going through the donations from last stream. Hold up. Wait a minute. Turn around and put a pin in it, okay? Casper Christensen, Anthony, thank you both very much for the $5. Really appreciate that, comrade. Hersbird with the $7.50. Could I cover the shit going on with Second Thought? We did cover that shit. Noah Procco and Mick Boz, thank you both very much for the $5. Freakster with the $10. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that, comrade. Lacey Sneaky Wikiki with the $12.93. Thank you. And Aiden Benson with the $10. Really, really appreciate that, comrade. My ex stated the only way we'd succeed in having cis people accept us was if we paced ourselves asking for rights and or had a tragedy similar to the AIDS epidemic. Wow. Yeah, you know, I'm pretty sure that's straight from Martin Luther King Jr., you know? If you ever want civil rights, just give an entire minority group AIDS. Wild. Holy shit, I can't believe I missed this from the other day. Fuck me, dude. Romping Rillo 26 with the incredibly kind $269.69. What the fuck, my dude? That is, I missed, it was 4 days ago and I missed it. I'm such a shit streamer. This fucking cough. That is the sex number. You're a genuine gift to the leftist movement and progressivism as a whole. You've come so far. Thank you so much for doing what you do and giving us all hope. I'm never going away, baby. Ever. I love being here. I love doing what I do. Thank you. You never need to thank me. I'm having enough fun on my own, you know? The cough, not fun. But I'd have the cough whether or not I stream, really, so... always happy to be here. You know, my greatest fear is, in a sense, it's irrelevance now, because this is what every YouTuber thinks about, by the way. It's not just me. The worry that given enough time, things taper off. But, you know, I really do think that this is just the beginning. I really do believe that. I genuinely believe that. People say, y'all who were around in 2019, that was the ground floor. I think this is the ground floor. I think we're going to get unfathomably huge. Just my personal opinion. And I say we, and I always say we, by the way, whenever I say stuff like that, because it really is a group effort. More so with YouTubers than any other group. It always is a group effort. It's not possible for me to do this on my own. And I don't just mean that in the literal sense because I need your subs to be a large YouTuber. I also mean that you think I'd enjoy doing this if it weren't for the unbelievable community I have around me? Honestly, look, I like the talking publicly and debate stuff, but at the end of the day, there are elements of my work that's fairly difficult. Not, mind you, the income, and not the fact that I work from home in my own hours. That part's great. What I talk about is the relentless negative attention I get online, the consequence of angering so many people. The only reason I can put up with that is because of you guys. Seriously, it's the only reason. Because I know, and it used to be worse. I may have gotten more negative attention these days, but I also get more positive attention. Used to be, anytime I see people talking about me, it's all negative. Nowadays, you guys are always in the comment section. So I love you guys. Thank you. I'm getting back to this. Red Sun Asiano Bipolar Bear. Asiano again, and Austin D7, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Again, the way the website displayed the new group gifted subs at the time, 4 days ago, doesn't give me much info on who's gifting to who or what or whatever. I don't know if that's changed now, but I guess we'll see when I get far enough through the donos, right? Dragonborn 360, thank you for the $2 donations. Your thoughts? What's this? What is this? My thoughts on a tweet? I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at. Oh, this is in response to my Kobe Bryant tweet. I see, I remember that. That was a pretty dumb tweet. John Cray and Red Dog, thank you both very much for the $5. I'd love to work with the Gravel Institute. Thank you. Oh, God, kill me. Casper Christensen and Courier, thank you for the $2 and $3 respectively. I was wondering if you could explain why Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty. Somebody at my school was saying he was innocent. Well, he's neither. He's been arrested. He hasn't gone to trial yet, you know? Can't really say. but we'll see. Infinite Beak and Hydronal, thank you for the 2 and 235 respectively. The Strange Space, Lucille Diamond, Thomas I. Osaze, and I Like Pie. Thank you all very much for the incredibly kind $5. Really, really appreciate that. Oh, God, my throat's not going to kill me out here, is it? So frustrating. I believe we can get through this. I believe. Jay's Narnia, Dun the Mado, Paul the Robin, Words of Pie, Humphead Sassy, thank you so goddamn much for the gifted tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate those, comrade. Again, don't really see much information here with regards to whom they were donated and how much and what have you. But still, Wasket Ab and Hot Dinner Plate, thank you for the tier 2 subs, mates. We do have a lot more white names in chat these days. A lot of folks pouring in. Got to keep them handled. Got to keep them suppressed. Indigo, Lance 420, and Backmass, thank you likewise. I really appreciate that. Yeah, all the whiteys. Bipolar Bear with the $10. Have I watched / plan on watching Uncle Frank? I'm afraid I don't know what that is. James Mitchell with the $5. Dude, you ain't got to address those freaking eyebrows, dog. Are you referring to my eyebrows? I've always thought that I have very nice eyebrows. That's my my faggy internal dialogue, you know. I've always thought, you know, I don't know. I think it's got a good look, personally, my personal opinion. Your eyebrows are Chad. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Lan Ack, maybe Natalie, the Indigenous Hulk, and Tuna Salad. Thank you likewise with the incredibly kind gifted tier 1 subs. My goodness. What the fuck? Somniostatic. Oh, wait. I did this donation. Last time I streamed. Somniostatic with the $300. That is so fucking radical of you, comrade. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. But we already did that one. Somniostatic. You fucking buy in 2 donation recognitions. Honestly, I'm always grateful. So I may only say I'm grateful once. I'm always grateful. It never goes away. Jesus. Somniostatic and Rags to Radical. Thank you both very much for the $10. And good luck with your bar exam in February, Rags to Radical. It's going to be tough, but we need them leftist lawyers, you know? The assassination of Frederick Hampton was, after all, written by a lawyer sympathetic to civil rights causes. We need them, folks. Dirt Egg, Insatiable Hunger, and the CIA. Thank you very, very much for the incredibly kind $5. No, I don't stream my D&D games, comrade. The D&D that I play these days, I just play it with my friends. Offline, old friends from college. Chat Escolat and Hersbird, thank you both very much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Give this $5 to White Nervosa for implementing random gift subs. Will do, comrade. Will do. Keep it 100. That's what the fresh kids say. You know. Airlock, thanks to the gifted tier 2 subs. A Meow, P.E. Norman, and Shadow's Heart, thank you for the gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that as well. You people were insanely generous last stream. You motherfuckers. Then Drago and Sasha Star, thank you both very much for the $5. Easier normally, but when I'm fighting off a cough, it's actually quite a difficult ordeal. Whew. Leeching Evil, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate that, comrade. And John I with the $20. Hey, Vaush, just wanted to say thanks. You, Contra, and Philosophy 2 pulled me out of the alt-right pipeline. Fuck yeah. That is awesome. I have to wonder how, like, how alt-righters feel about Philosophy Tube. Because I feel like Ollie, with his affectations, would be especially, to them, off-putting, you know? It feels like a hard sell, but if it works, it works. Table Knife and Sill, thank you both very much for the tier 1 sub. No, I don't think faithless electors are going to happen here. The world has moved past the Trump administration, I'm afraid. Odd Number and Tidal Wake, thank you both very much. Tidal Wake, happy to have you here. I know that was 3 days ago, the donation, but still. Hot Noodle, Hey Wobble, and Cancer, thank you for the gifted subs, my dude. HTTP Lovecraft with the 2 $10 donations. HTTP Lovecraft, I promise you, we will do an Outer Wild stream. We will do it. I promise you, we will do it. And we never skip donos, never ever. The Durkus with the insanely kind $50 donation, my dude. Optional message. Goddamn right. No. Thank you so much, comrade. I really, really, really appreciate that. Jesus. That is incredibly kind of you. You fucking people. Italia Reigns, thanks for the 1312. Happy to have a CIA plant with us here in chat. Painstream Lover, thanks for the gifted tier 2 subs. And likewise, Pan Ness Main. Really, really appreciate that, comrade. And then we have a whole group of gifted subs. My God, you people. Usopp, John I, Isaac, Dumb Comrade, Safkeel, Consequence Bear, Billow, Bug Girl, Nigerian Prince, JC2Org, and Weltgeist. Thank you all so fucking much for the incredibly kind gifted subs, keeping our chat a little bit less white, as God intended. As God intended. Yeah, John, I can go over some of James Lindsay's videos. My only experience with James Lindsay was that he very confidently posted on Twitter that lefties don't want to argue with him, and then a bunch of lefties showed up trying to argue with him, and he was like, you don't have enough subscribers for me to consider it. And back at that time, I was like a third of the size that I am now, so I wonder how things would have gone, you know? Hard to know. How does this read? The gifted subs. Did this change? Not sure. Dan Halen, Frosty Tio, and Poscham, thank you very much for the $5. Really appreciate those, comrade. Doing a response to the PragerU video on renewable energy. What do you guys think a bunch of oil billionaires are going to say about renewable energy and its capacity to improve the problems our society has? I can give it a look sometime, maybe. Alkany, Nigerian Prince, and Faux Real, thank you very much for the incredibly kind Tier 1 subs. Anthony Moss, the $2, the EAB Pro with the 814, Polar Prince and Cherry Coke, both with $5. Happy to provide that entertainment anytime you like, comrade. And I think we've run through quite a few donations. We're actually running through donations that happened today now, which is nice. Do we have White Nervosa around, or Methaldu? Do either of you exist here presently? I still can't distinguish through the donations. Hey, Methaldu. I still can't distinguish through the donations which ones are gifted direct subs, which ones are subscribers to themselves, and which one of them are group subs. I actually can't distinguish between them, though I guess it's possible we haven't actually seen a modern gifted group sub, so I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to look into that. Anyway, just so it's easier for me to read, because I want to thank everyone for the appropriate thing. I love all of you. You're all amazing. Arboretum and Jamie Daggers, thank you very much for the gifted subs, comrade. True! Watch this James Allsup and Michael Knowles collab. Wait, is that true? Is that recent? James Allsup's a Nazi. Is Michael Knowles Jewish?
We'll be
from
speaking
2017. Charlottesville exposed. Dude, isn't it just so wacky how all of the totally libertarian conservatives were working with Nazis?
with Charlottesville.
Oxford Unite the Right scheduled speaker.
Unite the Right on that, because I think that's exactly right. I am an evangelist for Western culture. It's obviously the greatest civilization in the history of man.
Yeah, and that probably about on its own sums up the whole gist of the conversation, I imagine. That's you can pretty much. No, I went over Michael Knowles. I wouldn't be surprised if that guy was an actual neo-Nazi. Michael Knowles came up. Michael Knowles managed to get authoritarian conservative on the political compass test, which I'm pretty sure even Nick Fuentes ended up being like soft conservative left, like in the Nazbol section. Like you have to work really hard to get there, you know? You have to try hard, you know? And I respect the effort. No problem, White. I love you. You make everything possible and you are the bedrock of all of this. Thank you. Much appreciated. We'll run through just a few more, then we'll talk. McSqueeb, Jade Claw, Mercy Sane, Ian Pian, Courier, and Cincinnati. My goodness, you people. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind, gifted subs. I really, really, really appreciate that. Hearing Kelly Loeffler repeatedly use the phrase radical liberal in the debate the other night reminded me to resub to my favorite lip streamer, Pepe. Dude, if Loeffler managed to beat out Warnock, I'm gonna fucking commit seppuku, dude. I hate that bitch so much. Holy shit. We should go over that, shouldn't we? I wanted to today, but then I talked to a Tim Pool fan for 3 hours. God! Well, if all goes well, I'll stream tomorrow, too. We'll just have to see how the off goes, I guess. Somniostatic, thanks to the $10. Happy to hear you're a Demon Mama simp now. That's awesome. I was playing Among Us with Demon Mama the other day. Shuji with the tier 2 subs. Thank you so goddamn much, comrade. I really appreciate that. Did you go over Rudy Giuliani and get COVID? What would I go over it? Like, how would I cover that apart from just laughing maniacally, you know? Like, what's the right side of your beard is uneven? I haven't shaved in like a month, okay? Chill, dude. We'll get around to it, okay? All right. There's something important we have to go over before stream ends. John Doyle got auth-right as well. John Doyle, I'm positive, is a neo-Nazi. I've been over John Doyle's content. That dude slipped all the way down the alt-right. All the way down the alt-right. Do you believe the cyberpunk drama is overblown or is it justified? Oh, shit, cyberpunk. There's so much I want to talk about. Fuck. Come on, man. Give me 1 second. Fuck you. The seizure thing? No, not the seizure thing. That's kind of boring. Like, what is there to say about that? They fucked up there. They're going to fix it. Okay. They are going to fix it? Didn't they say they were? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they released a statement about that. Hold on. Ah, there's so much to talk about, dude. Ah, fuck. We have to talk about that later. Gamers harass the reviewer? Yeah, no shit. The mom who raped her son's friend got off and is thinking of starting an OnlyFans. Cool. Augustin Bordell, thank you so much for the 500 ARS, comrade. I really appreciate that. Sorry, wait. Just so you all know, I don't know if I delivered that line with enough venom. The cool was sarcastic. You all got that, right? Okay, we know. I don't know. I don't know. Give me the article. Where's the article to that bitch? Give me. Washington, Supreme Court rejects Republican bid to reverse certification of Biden victory in Pennsylvania. Nice! It all comes tumbling down, tumbling down. Me personally, as a trans girl, I'm not really bothered by it, but a lot of other trans individuals are pretty upset. Me personally, I don't see an issue with the ad through the voice thing is a little disheartening. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't going to talk about the trans thing. I was going to talk about the fact that big, giant games like this is bad. You want my hot take? Are you ready for my hot-ass take? Okay. Voice is tied to gender in the game. Okay, I don't know. Here's mine. This is the hottest take I've ever given, okay? Transphobia is bad. I'm gonna get clipped for that one, but no, in all seriousness, here's my personal opinion, okay? The idea of a cyberpunk future in which sexuality is highly commodified, that tends to be a component of cyberpunk. And there's a lot of variety in human bodies. I mean, if we're talking cyberpunk, do you even have to be trans? You can be a cis woman with a penis. You can do whatever. These terms start to break down the easier you can make modifications to your body. I think that it's possible to have a future where you show all this. You got ladies, the big fat cocks, and dudes with meaty pussies, whatever. And it's sexualized. The sexuality is commodified, and it's not transphobic. I do think that's possible. The issue is, and a lot of this is just a product of our time, unfortunately. The issue is it's really hard to tread that line because invariably, a lot of what you're going to represent is going to be reflective of modern prejudices. And for that reason, it's going to hurt people. Here's an example, okay? Here's a type of body that exists in the real world and could exist, hypothetically, and maybe with great celebration, in a cyberpunk world. A very feminine person with a big old dick and facial hair. There's nothing wrong with any of those components put together. The problem is, if you put a woman with a penis and you give them stubble, what does that look like today? Exactly, right? It looks like a transphobic caricature of trans women. Really, really rough to portray that. Yeah, it looks like a Stone Toss comic. It'd be really difficult to handle this stuff, you know? The intention can be done well, and I respect that. I haven't played Cyberpunk, so I don't know how well they handled it. I'd be willing to bet they could have done better, you know? I hope we all remember that our goal here in criticism should be constructive. So, let me give you an example, okay? Let's say you have a game, and the game has a trans character, okay? And the trans character is one of the romance options that you can have. Isn't it non-binary racing? I don't think inherently, but no. And the trans character, trans lady, is one of the romance options you can have. Now, here's the issue. Describing... Okay, here. It is not possible, even in passing, to describe sex with a trans woman without making somebody angry. Somebody will be made angry. You're going to make the conservatives angry one way. You're going to make the gender activists, woke, whatever, angry the other way, depending on how far you go. Even if you try really, really hard, sometimes certain turns of phrase, while acceptable to some elements of the trans community, can be unacceptable to others, you know? This isn't the only situation we have with this, you know? We also do this. We also have this with interracial relationships. Sounds weird, but, you know, black and white people fucking, great, been doing that for a while. But there's a really weird racial dynamic in some communities. A lot of black families don't like it when their sons run off with white women and vice versa. And to an extent, I know there are some black people watching right now. I'm sure you're all fine with race mixing. I mean, I would hope you all are. But I imagine some of you have probably heard well-intentioned black people criticizing white women stealing our men. Or it's a process of injecting whiteness into the racial dynamic. There was recently a viral Twitter post. I don't know. I could pull it up, but it was something like the Twitter post was a screenshot of two Insta posts, and the first post was it was like a glow up post, like look, I changed him. The first picture was like this. I don't know if he was black or brown or whatever, but he looked like super chill. He was like reclining in like a lawn chair. He had like big poofy hair and looked like, I don't know. My memory here isn't perfect, but he looked like really relaxed, I guess. And then in the second picture, he was standing next to the white girlfriend who posted the images, and he was like, I don't think I could say, there's nothing I could say here that's not going to make me look bad. Listen, I'll quote people in the Twitter thread, quotes like, he was colonized, she get outed him, she took his whiteness. Can anyone find that tweet for me? Please, please, please find that for me. He's in the sunken place. And stuff like this is really, I want that picture so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. I want that picture so we can contextualize. Here we go. Here we go. This tweet is from an account that no longer exists. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, I found the repost. Okay. Oh, God, they deleted their account. Oh, God, the drama. Look. Here. Okay, this is the first picture before I met him. Chill, you know, cool. And then here's the second picture. Now, whatever your feelings on this hilarious pair of images, there are a couple of things I want to point out. First of all, if this fucking guy just wants to wear polo short shorts and do his hair however he wants, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I want to reiterate this point because a lot of people, they do this. They think they get so woke. They start saying like black people talk white. Black people can do whatever the fuck they want. If you want to dress like a frat boy, go for it. Okay. But there is something here. There is, you agree there's something to talk about, maybe an implication, a concern, a joke, a question. There's something here, right? You understand what I'm talking about? Nothing inherently wrong. But it got over 100,000 likes in the first tweet, so obviously some people think there's something worth talking about here. The reason, like, why would she post it that way? Because white people are stupid. White women, listen, shut up. The point that I'm trying to get at here is that even for something that has a way greater, longer, and more publicized history in this country, like racial relations, there is sometimes complexities in representation and how that leads other people to perceive those situations. So how bad do you think it is for trans people? And that's what I wonder about with the cyberpunk thing, you know? How can you portray, you take that video game romance option, you got a trans lady as one of them. If you describe things, how salacious can you be? What if you fall into a stereotype, you know? Stereotype, there are lots of stereotypes about trans girls, about pretty much every minority group, or just about every group in general. Ask trans people for help. You can do that, and that'll usually help. Won't get you out of trouble for all of it. The one thing we have to be concerned about, the one thing we have to make sure doesn't happen, is we don't want people to stop trying. Because whether you like it or not, representation of trans people in the media is the gateway to trans normalization. You will never have trans normalization in society if it's taboo to discuss or show them in media. And part of discussing and showing them as trans people, it doesn't just begin and end with them being trans. There are elements of their transness that are going to come up. It's not just being trans, it's transitioning. It's about concerns with their identity and their relationships and their social engagement. And it's about sexuality too. And in cyberpunk, the commodification of sexuality, which makes everything much more complicated. And it gets really, really, really tough to, you know, manage all of that. And I hope people always keep trying. You know, I hope people don't give up on that. Is this real or what am I looking at? What is this? Hold on. Apparently there's more. No, never mind. He got gentrified. All right, we can wait. I don't know what the references to there, but yeah, there we go. It all comes full circle. Man, what a glow down. Look at this cool dude. Oh no, she took away the exaggerated swagger of his black teen. Oh, the last pics from Get Out. Gotcha. Oh no. That's what happens when you don't vote Biden. In all seriousness, you can do whatever you want if you're black or white, except vote Trump. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. Let's stay focused. The point that I'm trying to get at here is that a lot of publicity was centered around cyberpunk and its portrayal of ladies with bulges. You know, fine. And there's going to be criticism and backlash from both sides. There are going to be lefties who are mad at poor representation. There are going to be conservatives who are mad that they're being told to care at all. And our goal should be constructive criticism, not outright removal. There are a lot of people do that too with racial relations too. A lot of people talk about how the way interracial couples are portrayed in media reinforces particular racial dynamics. And some people go too far with that. They say, fuck it, you know, black people should date black people. And then shit, we woked ourselves back into the racially segregationist talking points, you know? So let's not do that, okay? The process of normalizing trans people in media is going to be messy, as is the case with any minority group, but I think we're moving in a pretty good direction. I feel like compared to 5 years ago, there's a lot of positive representation for trans people up and around, and I mean, that's good, or it's preferable at least. you know, it's an improvement. I would imagine, because for the longest time, the only media representation for trans people it was either the degenerate cross-dresser or pornography, and that was it. Those were like the two. And then remember, it was all like the Thai trans prostitute. Like that was like a whole media archetype thing, and I guess it still is to this day to an extent, but for a while that was the only understanding I had of trans women, that there was a country and it was called Thailand and there were just ladies with penises over there. It still is, there's still that, but we've moved forward at least a little bit from the exclusionary association. Yeah, and they would use nasty terms for the trans ladies and stuff like that. And sometimes progress is really incremental too. Porn sites changing their categories from she-male to trans is an important step. I think that's an important step. So when people go to browsers or porn or whatever to jerk off, they have to click on the section that says trans instead of the section that says she-male. I mean, I think that's a significant, maybe not significant, but I think it's something. This is such a meandering segment. Pornhub is so transphobic with their categories. Well, I haven't like gone to every website and like click and segment all of them, but yeah, just keep in mind that progress can be messy sometimes. That's it. It's that simple, you know. My personal preference, you know. Better at least than, and this is the worst case scenario, by the way. The worst case scenario is talking about these issues to the point where studios get the impression that even discussing or representing them is just a PR nightmare. They're not even going to try, you know? And that would be, I mean, that would set us back quite a bit, you know? So, yeah. What was even the point? I haven't even played Cyberpunk. I don't even know what we're getting at here. Just get along. Can we just get along with trans people? Are we going to play Cyberpunk on stream? Nope! I'm not into that sort of game for streaming. For streaming, I like structured, low dialogue games that are challenging and engaging. I don't like Skinner box games. I don't like repetitive games. And I definitely don't like heavy dialogue-based games. Because I like talking, and I don't want my vibe getting ruined by all the crazy, wacky cyberpunk people. Okay? You know, looking at it a little more, I really like the orange background, I have to say. I think it looks really nice. Fuck, there was so much more I wanted to talk about. I'm not going to get through all the donations. I'm going to have to stream again. My cough's never going to go away. Okay. We got time for one more little thing. One little old thing, okay? One little old thing. Breaking! SCOTUS has rejected Representative Kelly's attempts to throw out the votes of 2.5 million Pennsylvanians. This is the case Senator Cruz promised Trump he would personally argue. I guess we'll just have to imagine how that would have gone. What a disappointment. Now, I looked at this just a second ago, and I dismissed it then, but now I'm looking at it again, and I gotta say, people, this sure is a weird thing for conservatives to be doing.
Still
after
fuming about the election, President Donald Trump compared.
Shut up. Counting every legal vote. The Supreme Court on Tuesday denied a request from Pennsylvania Republicans to block certification of the Commonwealth's election results, delivering a near-fatal blow to the GOP's long-shot bid to invalidate President-elect Joe Biden's victory. The Supreme Court's actions are a crushing loss for Trump, who suggested as late as Tuesday that he thought the justices, including 3 of his nominees, might step in and take his side as he is continually and falsely, CNN, the bias, saying things are incorrect when they're incorrect, falsely suggested there was massive voter fraud during the election. The one-line order was issued with no noted dissents. And this to me is the saddest thing of the entire failure on the part of the Trump administration to get anything done with these court challenges. McConnell and Trump have appointed hundreds of federal judges. Literally hundreds. They have packed the judiciary, the people who keep striking down all of these legal requests, all these claims. They're the judges Trump appointed. You know, if I was an optimistic man, I would say this might actually be a pretty strong testament to the strength of America's institutions. But in reality, what I think it really is just nobody outside the blowhards in the administration think there was ever a shot at this. I think that's really it at the end of the day. It's just that with the exception of a very small inner circle of lunatics, I don't think, like, I'm gonna end up eating my words saying this, but I generally think that judges are fairly reasonable. Not always, but if I were to compare them to an average member of the population, maybe a little bit more than the average member of the population. And I think it's telling that the Republican Party is so far gone, that the Trump administration is so far gone, that even the lunatics they appoint to the judiciary are better than them. Because if they really wanted to, they could go out to bat, they could try to make the argument, we should hear this case, but they're not. They're not even. And you know, frankly, why should they even try? I mean, they're appointed. They're going to be there for a long, long, long time. Whatever process they're using to ascertain the validity of these claims is working in our favor, I imagine, because these claims are bullshit. But folks, we're done. Today, Tuesday, December 8th, am I correct? This is the safe harbor deadline. Is this not it? Am I not correct? Is it down the road? Isn't it today? Hold on. It is? Safe harbor deadline certification. Yeah, December 8th. December 8th is the deadline this year for states to certify their election results, conferring a safe harbor status that compels Congress to accept those results when it convenes to count electoral votes in January. The votes are certified. They can no longer undo this. Today's it. It's the deadline. We're done. We did it. I mean, they're still going to try shit, but Texas just pulled something big, not really sure what. It's bullshit. It doesn't mean anything. Also, Texas went red. What the fuck are they fighting for there? What? Discord broken? Do you say? Oh, somebody's spamming that in chat. This person is spamming it so adamantly that I thought it was being said by multiple people. They're fighting for other states in Texas. Yeah. Nothing's going to come of it. How many wait, let's not be too doomer. How many dozens of times do they need to fail before we take a deep breath? You know? How many times? Not even Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito dissented. No. The Supreme Court that struck that down was the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. They unironically believe Texas has a better case, so PA doesn't matter. Okay, what's the Texas case? Texas case, voter fraud. What is it? Does anyone know? Is there anything? Nothing's coming from this, guys. Come on. Oh no. Uncooked chicken. Look. This isn't our pigeon. This isn't our cat. But look. It mourns its fallen comrade. Her family. No. Texas is suing other states. Texas suing other states. You can barely keep up with all this shit. Here we go. Texas sues. What? Texas Attorney General is asking the Supreme Court to block the battleground states from casting. Is there any legal precedent for this? A state suing other states to block I can't fathom there being any legal precedent for this. This is such an unbelievably unfathomably long shot. This is some Stretch Armstrong cross the Atlantic shit. You kidding me? What standing does Texas have to contest these election results? Jesus. Texas AG Ken Paxton is suing 4 battleground states, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. All states that, battleground states that went blue, of course, whose election results handed the White House to President-elect Joe Biden. In the suit, he claims the pandemic-era changes to election procedures in those states violated federal laws and asked the U.S. Supreme Court to block the states from voting in the Electoral College. There's no fucking way. This is gonna get thrown out under no standing. Ken Paxton is under investigation for multiple instances of fraud. Really? Paxton has been under indictment since 2015 on securities fraud charges relating to activities prior to taking office. He's pleaded not guilty. In October 2020, several high-level assistants in his offices made allegations about him of bribery, abuse of office, and other crimes. Damn, dude, that's incredible. It's almost like Republicans are all criminals and it's a crime syndicate that we, for some reason, allow to pretend as though it's a political party. Jesus. There's actually a big, like, list somebody did. Oh, yeah, he might get pardoned. Yeah. There's actually a big list somebody did at some point. I forget what. But it was all the arrests and indictments of politicians, Republican and Democrat. And Republicans just break the record. Republicans are like 4 or 5 times as many arrests and indictments. I can't believe we let people get away with saying this is the party of law and order. I need to find that link sometime. I don't know where it is, but it's like some massive, massive, massive difference, you know? This could be his application for a pardon from Trump. That's actually probably it. The only reason this dumb fuck is attempting this stupid of a lawsuit is because he's trying to virtue signal hard enough to Trump to get a pardon. Are the fraud, it is federal, right? Securities fraud charges, hold on. Yeah, are they state crimes or Paxman under indictment, securities fraud charges, pleaded not guilty. Prosecutors hit new roadblock, Texas AG's criminal case. Federal investigation. All securities crimes are federal. Is that true? Federal law enforcement authorities. Yep. All right. He's looking for a pardon. He's looking for a pardon. I love this broken ass government, dude. This motherfucker is looking for a pardon. He's trying to, Trump, look, I'm doing lawsuits for you, Trump, please. The Trump administration has said they're going to pardon anyone, everybody. Can you do preemptive pardons? Give me a fucking pardon. I don't know if I'm going to jaywalk in the future. I don't know. What? Maybe I DUI one day. I hope not. I think that's very irresponsible. But if I do, give me a preemptive pardon. Trump says pardons will hurt him. I don't know what you mean by that. Donate to Wikipedia, please. Well, all my donations just come from you guys. Shouldn't you guys donate to Wikipedia? If you really think about it, PayPal takes a cut of what you donate to me, so it's actually more efficient if you all just donate instead of I'll donate to Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a good resource, and it should be donated to. How much money do they need? They're guilting me. Hi, reader. It seems you use Wikipedia a lot. That's great. This is the 8th appeal we've shown you. Jeez. All right. Come on. Come on. Animal Crossing New Horizons player faces wave of harassment and accusations of racism over in-game bun hairstyle. Oh yeah, I saw this. This was too stupid for me to even comment on. Also, I think I do enough of the woke mob has gone too far shit on my own channel. I don't need to further that narrative anymore. But apparently, if I understand this correctly, apparently, so what happened was a white girl made an Animal Crossing character who had little space buns. That's what they called, space buns. This is the picture, okay? It's a white Animal Crossing. Yeah, cute space buns. See? I think it's cute. I don't know. But then a bunch of people got mad because this is a black person hairstyle. And there were a fuck ton of people saying that's racism. It's racist. That's a black people hairstyle. And then they do this weeks and weeks. I think it's ridiculous, but I don't cover it because I have the patience of a saint. And then I see more logs. It turns out the bitch who posted that actually is racist, N-word and everything, but nobody was bringing it up. Just accidentally turns out to correspond. Nobody was talking about the fact that she was racist off the bat. They were just focusing on the space buns. Turns out there was racism. I think, allegedly, I have a bad memory. Hold on. Okay, well, I found a link that looked promising, but the person who posted it blocked me on Twitter. You know, it figures the people invested in the space bun drama would be the types to block me on Twitter. All right, incog we go. Oh, no, they didn't block me. They privated their everything. Okay, well, come on. Okay, so the person who did the space buns got doxxed and threatened. Wait, the only source that I had is a person who privated their account. TW racism slurs rape mention, a thread about Stardew Leaf's history of racism in the Animal Crossing community. That's the thread that I looked at, but now... the person protected their tweets. So, I guess there's no way to know. You know what? I retract everything I said. We'll never know. Wayback Machine? We're not Wayback Machining this stupid. Oh, God. Here we go. The discourse. Why the low fucking file size? Jesus. Good ass meme. What is this Twitter drama? Thoracy. This person. I'm done defending Vaush on Twitter. If people want to hate him and not look into his character, that is up to them. Vaush's big boy can defend himself. Don't ask me about him because I won't respond. I don't care. This feels kind of like a drama baity statement. I think Thoracy gets in a lot of drama trouble just in general, at least what I've noticed. I don't know why you would publicly announce you're no longer going to be defending a content creator. That seems a little odd, but no, Thoracy is nice. Thoracy is nice. W, now stop watching. Fuck you. Vaush, a good introduction to a lot of ideas, but once you've watched him for over a year, you're really not getting that much out of it at that point. His streams are still fun and chill, though. Yeesh, all right. Whatever, man. Need to step it up. I mean, if you're already a leftist and you're already on board with a lot of my positions, most of you are going to be watching me for entertainment. That's not a lie. You think, like, for instance, I've watched Destiny for like a decade. Do you think I watch Destiny to learn new things? I just like it when he argues with conservatives and sometimes he makes them cry, you know? It's great. I find that fun. But like, a lot of you watch me for entertainment, and I think that's fine. Here's my goal, okay? There are a lot of people... My overriding goal is always going to be to move people left. A lot of the people who watch me are already left. A lot of you, most of the people chatting over here are already left. That's the nature of this community. I imagine for a lot of you, when I was debating that Tim Pool guy, did you learn a single new thing? No. But you were entertained by the methods I used to attempt to explain stuff to him. And I think that's valuable. I do think the rhetoric is valuable. I've always considered myself more of an educator on rhetoric than an educator on content. Though, of course, I do try to produce good content, you know. And I'm always experimenting with my rhetoric, too. Lately, I've been very calm when I talk to people. I'm working on that. But there's a lot of ways you can handle this, you know, outbursts or expulsions of rhetorical, you know, anger, flourishes. These can be good. How exactly do you handle a given type of person, a given situation? Very, very difficult. but I like that. In many ways, by the way, for us, rhetoric is 98% of the battle, okay? Because leftist policy positions, leftist beliefs are generally simple, easy, intuitive almost. And I don't like to use the term common sense, but like I feel like it's very easy to argue a lot of these positions. Very defensible. But dealing with conservative bullshit, that's the hard part. Wait, Vaush, it was the U.S. Supreme Court, not the PA Supreme Court? Oh, shit, really? Even Alito dismissed that without... Okay, cool. Sorry, my bad for misinformation. To be fair, Thorsey, they've been getting a lot of hate for defending you recently. Guys, don't defend me if it makes you unhappy to do so. Listen, I get frustrated when people take people I watch out of context, you know? Now, most of the people that I watch are drama-free video game YouTubers and streamers. So there's not much of a battle there. But, like, give you an example. Take Destiny. I have argued with Destiny all the time. Don't like it when he's called a Nazi. You call Destiny a Nazi, you'll probably call me a Nazi too, because you're being informed by a different set of principles than what I am. You're getting your information in a very, very different way. It bothers me. I don't like that. So you guys see people speaking ill of me out there. You don't have to deal with that. If you want to, that's fine. Don't do it to your emotional detriment. Now, I will admit, though, I have a vested interest in promoting a parasocial relationship where all of you defend me as ardently as possible on Twitter. That is in my best interest. But y'all got lives to live, so just only do it if it really girds your loins, okay? Only if it really girds your loins. Here are the number of felony arrests and convictions under Dem and Rep presidents. Under the presidents? Comparing presidential administrations. Okay, we'll take a look at that shortly. It's not the whole party, just the administration. Gus Johnson's girlfriend recently commented on your poppy drama with an ew on Twitter. Ah, that sucks. I really, really like Gus Johnson. I feel like Gus Johnson is like, what's the term? Pog champ. I feel like Gus Johnson is very pog champ. So having any negative relation there for me would be a deep shame, you know? Who? Gus Johnson is like a skit YouTuber. And when I first watched Gus Johnson, he was very funny. And I thought, this guy's funny as fuck. He's definitely going to end up being racist. 100%. He's too funny. Life's not that good to me. He's going to end up being racist. And then I watch a few more of his videos, and not only is the dude not racist, he makes jokes about racists, and he's very positive on the gender and trans stuff, and he's pretty based as shit, actually. So, yeah, just a positive impression overall, you know? Yeah, super progressive guy. Yeah, really, really cool dude. Yeah, Gus Champ, true. All right. Here's the tweet. Oh, no. Don't do me in like this. It's only so much you can do. You rock. Wow, thanks. His GF was involved in DNC shit for Bernie. Nice. Okay, hold on. Last thing we're looking at is this. There's so much more to look at, but this is the last thing we're looking at. Hold on. All right. Comparing presidential administrations by felony arrests and convictions. Okay. So this is the Trump administration / campaign. 212 indictments of 35 people. 24 guilty counts. Jesus. And then here's... Okay, here we go. And this is a bunch of different precedents, okay? People indicted, people convicted. Let's go by convictions, okay? 6 convictions for Donald Trump, and this is only 2 years into his presidential term. 0 from Barack Obama. 9 from George W. Bush. 2 from Bill Clinton. 1 from George H.W. Bush. 16 from Ronald Reagan. Now that's a Iran-Contra scandal. Jimmy Carter, 0. Gerald Ford, 1. Richard Nixon, 55. My fucking God. Jesus Christ. Nixon doing it up back here. My God. Yeah, all these spikes are Republicans, but whatever. Maybe we'll do a segment on that sometime. All right. I love you all very much. You're all beautiful people. Hopefully I'm able to stream tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. There are many donations yet to be read. You've not been forgotten, my little lost soldiers, my heroes. We'll go over them soon. I'm just out of time. Oh, and if you want to continue watching stuff, go take a look at the surfs. Look, I'm shaking you all. Look, get over there. You're all my little pog champs, okay? Do you like that? You're all my little pog champs, okay? My little poggies, all right? Go have fun. Go check out the surfs. I'm going to try to stream tomorrow. I want to get that momentum built again. I want to build that momentum again. I miss you guys. Every day I don't stream. I'm just sitting here, just playing video games. Missing you guys. So take care.